What's up, Hungar? Glad you hopped in. Just a rando, blabbery, chattery. See if anybody joins up or not. No worries, no biggie. Nothing scheduled. What is this? There we go. I figured it out. If anybody wants to join in, you're more than welcome to. If not, whatever. Just hanging out. Got the day off. It's beautiful. Beautiful weather here. The kitten is frolicking about. See if anybody wants to talk about anything or not. Whatever, you know. Temple of Elemental Evil. Nice. Nice. It's a classic, as we know. As we know. See if anybody else hops on. No worries, no biggie. If you've seen the video update or whatever on this channel, sorry, petting the kitten. Little Tuck. Oh, come here, buddy. Come on. That's Little Tuck. He's not so little anymore. He's growing like a dandelion. Yeah, the cooperative world build game the three of us are putting together. It's coming along great. It's fun. I've said it before previously on different, things, shorts, videos, whatever. Dawn of Worlds. It's free online intentionally. You don't have to sail the seas and pirate it. It's intentionally free. Type it in on your search thingamaboob, whatever you guys, whoever uses, whatever search resource. Dawn of Worlds. It's actually fun. It's good for inspiration too. I mean, even if you don't plan on doing something like that, which I think you should just for fun. A group of players should. Just why not? Have we did the Quiet Year, another fun, inspirational game, and Quiet Year only takes about 3-4 hours tops when there's 3 or 4 people involved. Dawn of Worlds, maybe 8 hours or something to get through all the ages, first, second, and third age. Fritzy, what's up, buddy? Thanks for popping in. There's the link in there if you want to, hop on. If not, so be it. But I suggest those 2 games. They're fun. If you have a group of like-minded people that want to pursue such an endeavor that aren't overly petty or childish. We're all childish. We're playing a freaking imaginary game. But if they're, if you guys, you folks, guys and gals, if you folks aren't overly like you know, want to saboteur everyone at every turn. Good stuff. Good stuff. Hey, Zaddy's here. Oh wait, no, she's right over there. But yeah, no, the weather is beautiful here, Forge. Uh, it's beautiful here. Lovely, sunny. 60s going into the 70s. Figured I'd do a front porch blabbery. You know, just some kind of random out of the blue, no warning, no nothing, such as the squirrel crosses the road. Yeah, I appreciate you folks showing up, especially spot on. I just started, what, 7 minutes ago. But yeah, as you saw on the one of the shorts or whatever, reels or whatever they call it, I had to run a raccoon interloper. Yeah, we got, even though we're here in town, it's a small town.
Surrounded by woods.
We're by the creek here. It's got a lot of woods, got a lot of, you know, and they're every now and again they poke their snoots around. So every once in a while I have to shoo them away. Big Small, my man, good to see you. Well, I'm just sitting here, rando blab. Big Small, love your stuff. Hungar, if you haven't seen his stuff, go to his channel and subscribe. It's freaking great. It's going great. The game room clear is going well. It took me a little longer than I initially thought to start mailing some things out. You're gonna get yours. Don't worry, don't fret. Yeah, we have
Big old trucks out there. You're in here.
yeah, there's some trucks going by. They kind of detoured some traffic around here, but yeah, them raccoons, you know, they'll try and get up on the porch. They'll climb up the screen and try and get in. There's a little gap of this makeshift door I have that they'll try and climb up, and they just want that, you know, the kibble, the cat kibble we have on the porch for the few of the strays that come and go. And right now we're a little extra cautious because the one stray, not so stray, she's entirely outdoors. She had the litter of kittens. We got rid of the two out of the three. One passed, unfortunately. So we got little Tuck here still hanging out. And we're keeping her sequestered to the porch so we can take her in and get her fixed. Because she's had 4 or 5 litters since we've been here. Enough's enough. You know, her body's going to wear down, and you know, an animal lover. I mean, a lot of them are tasty. I'm an animal lover. Arn, what's up, brother? How you been? Glad to see you here. So, oh, Fritz, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I forgot when I sent you the Hyperborea stuff. I have a nice big canvas type Hyperborea map on the wall. It'll be coming your way. Don't you dare worry. And one other thing on the list, or something I forgot to send you. Don't worry. Scorching broke logs, creek burnt timbers for a scene. Nice. Yeah, you gotta be. Yeah, don't set the smoke alarm off. Mm-mm. 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 Well, is it raining? Can you go outside and scorch it? I don't know where you live. I don't know your residential situation. I don't know if you're in a big apartment, big city, big, I don't know where you're at, big, small, but I'm sure you thought of this. Yeah, Hungar, he does some really neat game story recaps. You'll see. I sub to him. I love watching his stuff. Every time he puts something out, boom, watch it, like it. I mean, that's kind of the thing I was blabbering with Zadrock about. We've actually been blabbering about it for some time. This by no means is anybody that watches this now, tunes in now, or tunes in later and watches this later. This has no insinuation, nothing on my channel, my doings, my coming and goings on the YouTubes. But we've noticed a lot of people in other channels that we watch and enjoy, and they're in a live chat, and there'll be 30 people, and there's like 3 likes. And 20 of the 30 people are blabbing away on the chat. Like, can't you like people's stuff? I don't know. It's just weird. Like, what a bunch of Siskel and Eberts out here and critics until the very. Give one of these. You don't have to do it with me. This is by no means. Oh, please like my. No. Just spread the word with other folks that you interact with. 7 out of the 10 stuff that whoever puts it out is decent, good, enjoyable. Give 'em, I mean, come on, give them. That's been grinding our gears lately, and it is not with this guy. Don't care. Glad you're here. That's enough. That's more than enough. Glad you watch any shorts or videos or anything else. That's more than enough for me. But some of these folks, other folks, they're a heck of a lot more. They put out better quality crap than I do, and these other folks that participate, they can't do. Come on. It just I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get it. No, big smalls. It's not a hint for me. It really isn't. I know it's going to come across as that. It's not. Like other shows, other people. Like I've noticed on Zadrock, we both noticed. We'd be watching a live stream. What was it the other day? Ye Old Geek. He was doing a live thing. There was like 30 some people there watching, and they had like 2 or 3 likes. What? And there was like 20 people interacting in the chat. Yeah, and he had 2 or 3 likes. And it's not just with Ye Old. A lot of folks we watch live stuff or watch. I don't know. It's weird. I don't get it. Kind of likes button. I mean, I get it. It's your, don't like, unlike, like, unlike, or stay silent. I get it. You folks do you. I don't take it personal. I don't take it personal with other people's videos, but it's just kind of like, I don't know. Seems odd. Seems weird. Really, really does. So how you been, Arn? I haven't had a chance to blab with you.
It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a while. You all right? Everything good? The homestead per se? Hopefully.
Peppers.
But yeah, that was something I figured I'd blather on about for a moment. Hopefully the weather's good over your way. You're home 4 hours away or something, I think, from where I'm at, Arn Man. So hopefully the weather's nice. As you can see, it's enjoyable here. Enjoyable. The leprechaun of D&D. Yeah, maybe. Oh, nice 3-day event for your local groups, Armin. Nice local group, I should say. Nice. Lots of gaming. Love it. Tonight you got your AD&D. Nice. Nice. Good to see you. I was raised a poor orc child. Good to see you.
Cow.
Mm-hmm. Uh-oh, the battle royale's begun. The little one's picking on mommy. He wants to play. Oh, he's off. Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Well, there's the mother. I don't know where little guy went.
Underneath me.
He went somewhere. He's hopefully going to catch a battle scene. Roll initiative. Oh, you finally won a game of Hot. Nice. Nice. Well, thanks for popping in, Cal. Hope you have a good day at work and afterwards. Good week. Good year. Yeah, your dog is getting old there, Arn, man. That sucks, but I'm sure you've heard the saying, they're there for part of our lives. We're there for their entire life. So, a blessing, silver lining, you know? Yeah, that sucks. Sneakers passed over the winter. Old cat. She was a good old girl. Oh, they're going at it again. Yeah, every now and again we'll let Tuck. He'll run right into the. We open the door here to the porch into the living room, and he boom bolts right in. Yeah, 105 in dog years. Yeah, that's a bit. That's a bit. Yeah, I feel for you, buddy. I do. I think we all do. At least all of us that are here. Oh, wow. We're upset over here. Let's see if we can get some action. Live action. Look at them go, folks. Get them. God bless them. RPG Granny. We're doing well. We're doing well. We're watching the mommy and her kitten play. Discover to wash the wood with thin black primer, hold over the candle flame, and result with. There you go. That's a good tip. That's good. I'll make a note of that. I do my miniature stuff. I make stuff, do terrain and whatnot. Oh, nice. Got a free hand pipe. A nice gift card. Yeah, nice. Nice. Well, good for them. See, it's good to see, folks have good, kind like-minded fellow enthusiasts, kind groups, kind people. I like that. That's always it's a good thing. And we're doing well, RPG Granny. We are doing well. I'm just out here, Brando Blabbery on the front porch. Beautiful day. Figured I'd just, like I said earlier, just pop in and just say hi, see who's out there. Anybody want to anything on their mind they want to talk about? Throw it in the comments. I'll start blabbing. If not, well, it is what it is. Until I run out of hot air or steam. You know, I apologize for the sounds of the traffic going by, but it's the front porch, and they did do a little detouring of some traffic lately, so we're getting a little more, but not much. And Zaddy's out here on the porch with me, enjoying the weather and the cat fight. Hey, you be nice over there, you rascals. Yeah, she's telling them what for. They get along. They're good. Well, thank you for stopping in, Granny, and saying hi. Yeah, he just did kind of a rando thing like I was doing, like I'm doing now. It was a good little stream. It's nice blabberoony. Doing some painting. He's doing some of his some Warhammer figures, miniatures, models, whatever we say. But it was a good little blab session. It was. He's doing well. He's enjoying his as he calls it, his semi-retirement. He's just dialing back on his commissions. So he's enjoying the free time and catching up around the property, and which good for him. Good for him. Take a break, take a breather, at the very least. At the very least. Yeah, work. Yeah, that's the thing with live streams. You kind of miss people. You miss who's this? Is he here? Fritz is here. Yeah, I'm trying to get you in here. Well, wait. It's a new thing. They got a new thing set up here.
Interesting.
Y'all.
Wow.
Good to see you, brother.
Good to see you, my friend. Let me make sure I'm muted here on YouTube. Let me mute that. Yeah, can you hear me all right?
Yeah.
Okay. How you doing, man?
Great.
You're using Restream, I see.
Yeah.
That's different. I never used it for this purpose. I use it to stream on different platforms, but I don't use it to stream like you're doing here. But I know you could use it like StreamYard. People could join and that kind of thing. I've never seen anyone do it, but yeah, it looks pretty cool.
Yeah, it's not a bad service. I just tried it out, something different. Let my Restream or my StreamYard subscription or whatever go, and they cost about the same. I figured I'd try something different feature.
Good on you, man. You got a nice little crowd here too. Zaddy, of course, making her appearance. Hungar the Starvarian.
Yeah.
Iron Man. That's good to see these folks, man. I haven't seen you guys in a couple weeks. Good stuff.
I know. It's a good little show up for a little rando.
Yeah.
That's nice. Zaddy's sitting out here on the porch with me. She's across over here.
She is.
Hi, all.
How you doing, Zaddy?
Doing well.
Awesome. That's great to hear. I saw you guys in my stream the other day. That was good. Got to keep in touch.
Yes, we tried to. Yes.
Mhm.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Weather over there good as well, I take it?
Beautiful. I think the next 3 days for us over here, and probably you guys, is going to be nice, sunny, and warm. It's going right into summer.
Yes.
Close to 80 degrees. We're talking
Yep.
about. Beautiful today, though.
89 on Thursday for us.
I think here it said 89 on Thursday for us.
Wow. 90. It's closing in. Wow.
Not happy.
Not a fan of 90s, but I'll take lower 80s.
Yeah.
Whatever. It is what it is. What are you going to do, right? Enjoy it.
I love it. I love it. I'll take the heat. I love it. Give me 100-degree weather, baby. I love it. I do. I love it. The humidity is what kills you, though. Even I admit that. That's pretty rough. There he is. Which one is that?
Little Tuck.
Oh,
He's
one of the texture.
One of the kittens left that we have yet to find a home for.
Oh, num nums. Look at that. Little Fluffy.
Off you go, buddy. Yeah, he's very acclimated to humans, so, to people. So I know no one here on the stream will want to grab him, but
We're all too far away.
yes, but we've it's out there. Folks know, so hopefully it is what it is. Somebody enjoying a ride on the motorcycle.
So how's your clean out? How's your game room looking? It must look pretty spectacular.
It's looking rather well. I have all the books. They're in sorted piles to who they're going to. I just sent out the largest bulk of those who claim dibs on what I put up on the Discord with everyone. I sent that out Friday. A big chunk of those, they went to over to Canada. And everyone else that's, said, oh, I'd like to, I'll take this or that. They're all smaller packages. But I figured I'd get the biggest one out. Like, go get it, But it's looking well. Everything's sorted out, and I got them in boxes down there off the shelf. The shelf it's done, so it's everything I want here that's staying here, and everything else has been cleaned up, so it's going well.
Good. You gonna do a tour? Do a little video tour of your layout? I always love seeing people's game rooms. I'd love it.
Oh yeah, I will. Oh yeah. Check out the. I just put something out earlier today. I don't know if it popped up or not. It's not the game room. It was out here sitting on the porch earlier. It's about just a quick little video thing of what our cooperative endeavor that the three of us have been doing when we can get together. It's got the world map that's really rough. It's got a little town map. It's got some artwork done by a friend of mine that's at the table. And the notes, you can't really read them. I didn't focus on those, but it's going really, really good. Bastille, what's up, buddy? Glad you could join in. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping by for just a rando, blah, 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 blah. The link's up there in the chat. It might have disappeared. It might have got buried. It might not have. If anybody else wants to stop in, more than welcome to and blab for a little while.
Blabberly.
Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. Yeah, we have the final age to do. It's the part of this endeavor, experiment, whatever you want to call it. We're using it's online. It's for free. I've been saying this to folks quite a bit lately. Quite a bit lately. It's called Dawn of Worlds, and it's
Mhm.
free. No pirating necessary. No whatever, however you want to say it necessary. It's intentionally free out there. The folks that put it together, um, just type it in on whatever search engine or whatever you use. It should pop right up. Free PDF. It's only 6, 8 pages. It's nothing intense, but man, is it fun! It's a fun world, collaborative world building, and it's still a game. You roll dice. You get points per turn per round of however many's participating, and you use those points depending on what age you're in of this world building exercise or endeavor. So, when you start out, certain things that you might want to do are more expensive. They get a little cheaper, then they get more expensive again towards the third age. It's a really neat, fun, you know, exercise or however you want to say it. There you go, big small. Hey, you're getting it though. That's a good little tip. I'll have to remember that. He's making some charred stuff for his next scene, his next installment of Talea's Troubles.
I saw him on the other another stream. I think it was yesterday. What was it? It was Crown of Command. Yeah, he was over there. I dropped in there too.
Oh, was he? That's good.
It's always good to see him active and in his little den, his little hobby den, where it's all dark like mine. He's just going at it, being creative,
That's always fun.
big small.
Yeah. Well, Hungar subbed to him. I told him you got to check that
Mm.
guy's stuff out. It's awesome. He does good work. It's awesome. It's fun. I don't know if he's tried. I don't know if he's dabbled with any speed paints yet or not. He should. They're fun.
Uh huh. I
Even
love it.
even not for his series, what he does, but just you know.
Hmm.
All right, RPG Grandma. You have a good day at work. Thanks for stopping in. Appreciate it. Have a blessed day. Stay safe out there. It can be a crazy world. Yeah.
Remember what Bill does?
Oh, no working camera. Yeah. Okay. I don't know if you can just join in a voice type thing or not. I don't do the OBS stuff. That's too fancy for me. You might be able to without a camera and just speak, just talk. I don't know. Try it if you want. I mean, yeah, I can not have a camera and still speak, right, Fritz?
Yeah, yes, you can. Let me fix my camera. I switched mine. Now I can't see mine. Settings. Virtual camera.
And if you can't, big, small, no biggie. No need to do so if you're unable to. It's what it is. Still glad to have you here, as well as Arn and all the other folks. Yeah, it's good seeing you, brother. Like I said, I got that big map for you.
Yeah, I remember seeing that on your wall. That's like a hallmark. I
Yep.
just think you'd rather want to keep that. I mean, I always see
No,
it in the background. Why would you get rid of that? It's humongous. My
no,
God.
no. It's not the one that's in the background. It's a different one. It's on a
Oh.
canvas type material,
Oh.
and it's the big, Hyperborea, and it's laid out in like a nice looking hex. The actual artwork on it.
Mm-hmm.
It's neat. I have, like I was explaining the other day to someone, I've gained all the insight and inspiration I can from these books. I don't really foresee them hitting the table.
Mm.
They're just taking up real estate. And if other folks, such as yourself and the others that were on that giveaway list, if they're going to get something out of them, pass it along. I hoard all this stuff.
Yeah, I'm the same way. No, I'm not very sentimental. I don't tend to hold on to things. Some things, yeah, but generally share it, spread it around.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't take it with you, you know. God help you, it gets thrown in the garbage when you pass on the veil, What a terrible thing that would be. For me, with all the painted miniatures, especially, it's like, oh my God, I'd hate to have them just chucked, or sold for pennies.
Yeah.
Give them to somebody who'll appreciate them. So I get it.
Yeah. Well, Zadarok chimed in. I don't know if you heard her or not. She said Jake is probably going to end up taking all of that stuff.
Oh yeah,
he's on the path. You have him. You have him on the path.
Yeah.
I do. That's the cool thing. The seeds are planted. He's loving it. He's really getting into it. He's picking up on it like really quick. I'm astonished. Like his first game he played, he's looking up rules. He knows where to look. He knows enough to look up the rules. Math is no problem for him with the dice. He knows how that works. And he's checking line of sight with the models, looking behind the model the way you would, like as if you played it before. So I was pretty shocked. But yeah, I'm very happy with it. Excited. So you guys will probably see him more on my channel and videos because of that.
Good. Spread the nerd word. Plant the seed.
Yeah. Just got to nurture him now, like a plant, seeds planted. We're all good.
Lump of clay.
Yeah.
Sculpt and mold.
Yeah. Well, Squirrel, this hobby is so wonderful, whether it's RPGs, painting, miniatures, board games, whatever. It is a gift to humanity to be involved in this hobby in some shape or form. And I think we could all attest to that because, man, how many times have we counted on our hobby to always be there and help us through those dark moments and times? I'm an example of that. So I feel like I'm giving a gift to Jake. I want it to be part of his life. So when he gets older, goes through his teens and all that in school or whatever, and he's got some tough times to deal with, he'll always have that hobby there. He could fall back on and he'll come back to it like we all do. And it's a good thing to have in our life,
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's definitely a positive. Definitely. Big old truck went by.
Mm-hmm.
That's all. But no, definitely. It can be a godsend. It can be a really good thing. Even the
that's how I
video
feel
games.
about it.
Even the video games, the video games, even those, they can be just gaming in general.
Bastille is downsizing his little collection as well.
Yeah, it can be hard to part with things. As a nostalgic sense, yeah, there's certain things that can be very difficult to part with, Bastille, but other things, like Fritz and I were saying, like, why not share the love per se? Let's see here. I think we got.
Uh-oh. Padre.
Aha.
Big small.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, I can't be on the camera, but you don't want to know how I destroyed this camera. It's one of the most stupid things I've ever done. I thought I could clean it, make it really clean if I used acetone, because that melted the lens because it's made of plastic. But I didn't know that. I just knew acetone was really good at cleaning things. I didn't realize it destroyed plastic. So I'm on that.
Yeah.
You were saying earlier about all your collection of figures and such when you pass. And it's a weird thing because it dawns on you. I mean, someone like me who's got all these figures going back 45 years, unless you're really into a particular corner of this hobby, it all looks like junk. And another person would just see these silly little toys and think, can we hire a skip big enough for them? It's terrifying. My one consolation is if you're dead, then it's not going to trouble you. You're not going to worry about it. It's just a shame.
That's true. Yeah. When you're dead and gone, you certainly have no worries unless there is an afterlife. We end up at the wrong place in the afterlife, and those are bigger worries. But that's all neither here or there. It's somewhere else, supposedly.
Maybe hell is watching all your figures being destroyed.
Oh, that could be it. Discarded into the bin. So, no, glad to have you here, though, brother.
These burnt timbers are meant to be for a city that was burnt. So I've made loads of stone ruins, and normally I'd paint them. I've undercoated them, primed them with almost black, and then I would sort of dry brush and sponge a kind of lighter grey over the top, and that's good. But I'm thinking now, if this city's burnt, the stone will have turned black as well. So I've got the grey ready. I'm about to start doing it, thinking this is mad because I'm going to apply all this grey, and then I'm going to try and apply a black over the top to turn it back into looking burnt again. But I don't really see any other way of doing it. If I just leave it as it is, it just looks wrong because it's just black. So there needs to be some grey there. It was easy with the wood.
There's got to be marks of, like you said, black marks or char marks.
Yeah. Well, I can't use a candle flame on this because it's plastic scenery and foam board and such. So that trick I used on the wood isn't going to work on this. So I'm going to have to work out a way of applying. Maybe if I just sponge some black on kind of lightly and make it look like it's scorch marks. I'm not sure. I'll experiment. I'll prepare it all as I would normally do, make it look like stone ruins, and then I'll experiment until I get something that looks like it actually is the marks that flames would leave on stone. At least I don't have to worry about vines and creepers and things like that, because all of that would have burnt away in the fire. So I don't have to do the fiddly stuff of adding fungus and mold and all the kind of stuff that would make it really interesting looking. All of that's gone. It was burnt away. I just need it to look like burnt stone.
Yeah. Well, and I'm sure you're well aware. You could YouTube, look it up and how do you do this? How do you make? I'm sure someone out there has some ideas or techniques per se. So.
You're saying I'm well aware. I wasn't well aware. You've just put the idea in my head. I'll paint the grey and then I will indeed go onto YouTube because that never occurred to me. Maybe there is some instructions out there.
Geez Louise, YouTube these days has just about anything and everything you could look up and get some at least ideas, if not exact how to. especially with what we do. There's so much out there. It's always fun to
Because
discover it on your own.
Yeah, I know. That is a fun part. All the techniques I use don't seem to be the standard ones, the official ones. I seem to have found my own way of doing everything. Sometimes it's quicker, sometimes it's a lot longer. I must admit, though, when I'm making scenery like this, I don't like to spend too much time on it because I'm not trying to make a presentation piece. I'm not trying to make something for a competition or something I'm going to put on a shelf. It literally is some background scenery that will get used in a couple of scenes in a video. And you think, I can't spend days creating the background. So I'm always looking for shortcuts, cheap ways, quick ways of doing things. Thus the burnt lolly sticks, which look very effective. But if I tried to make burnt timbers out of plastic, it would have taken me ages. But by God,
Yeah.
burnt lollipop sticks really do look like burnt timbers. That's not very sturdy.
They're not holding up anything. It doesn't matter. It's just for scenery, background. I mean, another idea for the burnt like timbers, depending on the size, would be you could even maybe get shish kebab skewers, the wooden ones that are real long, and cut them to the size you want and just burn them a little.
There are some of those in amongst these lollipop sticks, yes, and some dowling as well. Yeah, that's good stuff. I don't need too many Simbas because the city was meant to have been thoroughly burned. If there was too many Simbas, then how did they survive? But I thought I want something other than just boring stone. There has to be something there, something with some depth, Otherwise, it just looks like you put a cardboard cutout behind your figures. I want something with depth.
Yes. Yes. No, I see where you're going with that. Any ideas, suggestions there, Mr. Fritz?
Burnt timbers?
Yeah.
I've pretty much done it the same way. I've used balsa wood, any kind of wood for timbers. I've also used cardboard. They work good.
Yeah, the timbers have come out good. I found that if you paint them black first, and then while they're still wet, hold them over the candle flame, they look fantastic. They don't make as much smoke, and they don't burn because you're in effect drying them in the candle flame and adding a kind of burnt effect to the edges. That I found halfway through, so I went back and redid all the earlier ones. So that's turned out quite well.
Nice.
I've got some. I found some terrain up in my attic in the other house. I've been grabbing stuff and bringing it over, and I was very pleased to find not one but two of my Mordheim buildings that I built from back in the day. And I went full tilt boogie with these things. You know, they're on their own thick card base. I textured the bottom with all kinds of rubble and spackling, and there's all kinds of broken timbers that I added to these otherwise cardboard and plastic ruined houses.
So they didn't get damaged in the water, in the same water that destroyed your magic cards. They avoided that damage.
That was terrible. That was so terrible. No, they didn't go through that, thankfully. But
cool.
Let's not go into the Warhammer magic cards. But yeah, the buildings I found, there's a little damage, a little crushing on the top, a little steeple come down. Well, that's okay. I could fix that. And I also found a lot of my old Warhammer terrain. You remember the White Dwarf magazine, the rules they put out called Full Tilt? White Dwarf magazine, Warhammer, jousting in the Bretonian kingdoms.
Yeah.
It was called Full Tilt, and it had terrain, card terrain. I've got all the terrain, and they're perfect condition. So I found a bunch of stuff that I'm going to put out on the table and use again. So that's a nice treasure.
Heck yeah, that's wonderful. Very wonderful.
So yeah, that's what I use for burnt timbers. Sticks, like you guys do. Yeah. Set them on fire.
Yeah.
I've cheated with this ruined scenery. I just went up in the loft and found old toys that have been up there for, some of them have been up there for more than 40 years. I think some have been up there 45 years. Old Timpo ruins that were used with soldiers in the late 70s. And they're kind of like ruined corners of buildings in this red colour plastic. It had kind of gone brittle, but that made it easy for me to cut them, just to reshape them so they didn't all look the same. The trouble is, I'd never used them for fantasy because they had bullet holes and shell holes in them because they were World War II scenery. And you don't get bullet holes and shell holes in walls in a fantasy. So what I've done is I've covered over all the bullet holes with milliput and filled in all the shell holes and just scored my own marks on them so they fit in with the rest of the stones. And now they look like fantasy ruins because there's no bullet holes and shell holes. But most of the work was done. Like I say, it's got to be quick if you're going to use it in background scenery, like film set scenery. I mean, half the scenery I make, I don't have to put a back on it because you're only ever going to see it from one angle in the scenes. So it's a waste of time to spend effort putting the rear on these buildings because no one's ever going to see the back of them. They really are film set scenery.
That makes sense. So that's nice. Glad you found that stuff. It works out. You know, it worked out easy, fairly easy adjustment. You know, like you said, milliput and rescore, remark, a little touch up. Why not?
Someone told me on one of the streams that milliput is poisonous, so I immediately bought some of the green stuff. Boy, after 45 years of using milliput, that green stuff was almost impossible to use. Every time you held a piece in place so you could sculpt a part of it, it would then stick to your finger. And when you took your finger off, the milliput came away with it. And you were back to square one. I was like, how are you supposed to use this? So I'm trying to use water to hold it. Then it became a slimy mess. It also goes hard way quicker than milliput does. So, yeah, all I wanted to do was make about 20 bases. Where there were non-slotter bases, you know, the kind of round bases, and I'd stuck them down on cards. So I wanted to just put like I would normally do, put the milliput around the edge and even off the base. My God, it took me 3 times longer. I'm assuming eventually I'll work out how to use it, but at the moment it was so unusual to me, you know. And yet the rest of the world uses it and is happy. I don't know how figure makers could somehow sculpt figures using that stuff, because it was so hard for me to use.
The one thing I learned to do, and I don't know if it's the proper way to do it, but it does stick and it'll come off. So what I do is with my little shaping tool, I'll dip that in water.
Right.
And it keeps it from coming off onto the tool or with the tool. I don't know, having that little bit of water dampness on the little tool you're putting it on with and sculpting it with. Don't use your fingers. Just put it on with your fingers, maybe. But then start, sculpting with a little metal tool that you have laying around. They have sculpting tools. That's what I use.
My sculpting tool was a pencil. I just used a pencil. And I was dipping it in water on it. Because that was I was holding other parts of it while I was doing that. And the other parts were then coming away with my finger. And I just need to work out how to hold the things without gluing myself to them.
Yeah, it's tricky.
Yeah,
it's tricky. I love it though. I've just started using it myself, but I discovered that pretty quick. It is kind of hard to work with at first, and you got to kind of use that little water there or something to keep it from coming with you.
No pun intended. I will stick with it until I've done it. I will stick with it.
They can be a bit tacky. You're right. It does want to stick to everything.
Do you use it much, Squirrel?
I've started using it here and there, and I do pretty much the same thing. Just a little water on the sculpting tool, a little something to help keep it from pulling away from what you're putting it onto with. And I actually bought some Army Painter sculpting tools. It's like a 3-set. It's got the different, shapes, blades, whatever you want to call it. And yeah, they work nice.
I got to get some of those.
Yeah, they're fairly cheap. They're worth it. They're worth it. They got the, different edges, for however you want to say it, different ends to them.
So I'm getting distracted by doing this painting.
Yeah, I'm about finished. I took a pause and let those set aside for a minute due to work and being lazy, negligent. But I'll finally have my whole bit of miniatures I want to be using with the Barons War done. Those will finally be done.
Nice.
Yeah, the biggest thing for me, well, I don't say the biggest, but the one thing for me, a lot of these mounted troops, they had their spears and shields and crossbows. Everything was separate from the miniatures. And I love 15 millimeter, but man, those are small. 15 millimeter crossbow. And there's a bunch of them I had to do, I wanted to do. And plus, I kind of, I don't know, just maybe, I don't want to say go overboard, but some of the detail I really like to really get in there. So it takes a little more time. I get a little more OCD about certain things. It's just like, nope, I've got to, nope,
Okay,
wait,
you two.
let's do it again. Wait, nope, but that's me. It's my own fault.
So, okay. Talk.
I'll be getting a bunch of 15 mil down from the attic soon. A victory this weekend was convincing my 14-year-old and his friends that we should have a break from Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay and try the Star Wars D6, and they finally agreed to it. So I get the fun of going up into the loft and finding all my old. I was using laser burn figures and Traveller figures. There were sets of Traveller figures in the early 80s, all in 15 mil. Because you want a smaller. I feel like you want a smaller scale with science fiction, so that you can, or space opera, so you can have the ranges of the blasters and such, And it means you can use vehicles and robots of either that scale or even 20 mil conversions, because they don't look so bad next to 15 millimeter figures, especially when they're meant to be science fiction versions of vehicles.
Yeah.
So I'm really looking forward to that.
Yeah, that difference, that doesn't.
My favorite. Yeah, sorry, what were you saying?
Oh, that little bit of a difference doesn't make that much of a. It's yeah,
No.
It works. It works well. I would think. I don't see why it wouldn't.
It's my favorite kind of hobby work. It's just repairing already built and painted things, because it doesn't feel like a chore. The figure's kind of finished at the start, and all you're doing is improving it and repairing it. I absolutely love doing that, so I can't wait to get all this stuff down. Find all the scenarios are written, so I just have to find those, read them, work out what figures and vehicles and scenery I need, get that stuff out, dust it, and then just repair it, and it'll just be a joy, because everything's kind of completed so quickly. Because it starts completed. All you're doing is tarting it up, making it look pristine again. I love doing that.
Yeah, I can see the appeal of that. Yeah, I mean, like you said, 90% of the work's done.
Just don't know if a bunch of 14-year-olds are going to be that. One of them is a Star Wars fan. I noticed he was wearing a Star Wars T-shirt at the last session, so I thought, oh, that's a good sign. But you know what kids are like. He might think, oh no, Star Wars is all about Jedi and such, and he might have his own idea of what he thinks is going to happen in the thing, But I'll find out. I think that original D6 Star Wars came out when all that existed were the novels. I know there was loads and loads of like trash fiction novels. I say trash fiction in an endearing way.
Yes.
But the 3 films and the various novels, like the Thrawn trilogy and stuff, that's all there was when they put out that. And then since then, of course, you've got this Disney cornucopia of Star Wars stuff that's just pouring out series after series.
Yeah.
You know, where every character has to have 7 backstories, and you know, so if he's into all of that, he might say, "This isn't Star Wars. This is your own weird version of the Star Wars." You know, but I'll find out.
It was Star Wars. It might not be what it is now, but
Yeah.
No, I actually have.
Yeah, I'll say this is. Sorry, you carry on.
2. I kept those on the shelves. 2 of the West End games, D6 Star Wars. I have the rule book, and then source book. I forget what it's called. I did keep those. Those are nostalgia pieces. I like those. I like that game. That was a good. The rules, everything. It was good. Still is.
Yeah, that's what we'll be using. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, that's what we'll be using.
Nice.
I'll just tell them, if they say this isn't like Star Wars, I'll say, well, you see, this is what Star Wars was like a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away.
Exactly. Love it. It was when it began, or nearly.
Yeah. I was 10 when Star Wars came out, 1977. My father dropped me and my brother off outside the cinema, and it was the first time we'd been allowed to go and see a film on our own. What I realise now is my dad was using it as an excuse to go to the pub.
I mean,
but at the time, I just thought, this is amazing.
It was a win-win.
it was a win-win, right? I mean, Father got to go
Yeah.
for a few, and the boys got to enjoy the show.
Yeah.
Plus, those were simpler times.
They certainly were.
Much simpler. But no, it's good seeing you. Good having you here. Both of you knuckleheads.
Well, I'm gonna have to love you and leave you because I've got to eat, and I can smell the food smells coming down into my underground lair.
What's on the menu?
So my mouth is starting to fill. Some sort of chili, but it'll be vegetarian chili because everyone else in the house is vegetarian
Oh no!
apart from me. So it'll be some sort of corn mince or stuff. There's all these miracle burgers and stuff where they taste just like real meat, but I keep worrying about them because no one actually knows what we're eating. The kids think they're great. We have fake bacon and fake hamburgers, and you think, yeah, but what is it? I mean, it is convincingly like meat, but what the hell are we eating?
Exactly.
We're eating a chemistry experiment.
Exactly. I mean, God bless them. They're vegetarian. They feel they're doing a right thing or whatnot. But come on, it's how many thousands and thousands and thousands of years of human beings were eating meat. Just eat some meat.
Yeah. She's been vegetarian since she was 15, I think. So she isn't going to change now. Some dinner lady at school made her eat. Yeah. Some dinner lady at school made her eat school dinner's liver. When you're 15 and you're forced to eat the awful version, you can imagine canteen version of liver. And she finally said, right, this is it. I am never eating meat again. But if any flesh meat's going to put you off eating meat, it would be a canteen late 1970s liver.
Yeah, that would make anybody retch at the idea, especially after the taste. So,
when I was a student in Glasgow, about twice a year, every year, I'd suddenly get a craving for liver. And that night I'd go out, buy some liver, and I would eat it. And then I had no desire to eat liver. And that lasted for about 6 months. And then I'm assuming it was iron deficiency. My body, I'd just wake up one day and my body would be going, give me liver again. It's like a vampire. So I had to go out and buy liver.
Yeah.
In between, I had no desire to eat liver whatsoever. I couldn't think of anything more horrible than liver. But yeah, when I wanted it, my God.
Yeah.
It's an amazing thing, the human body. It knew it needed the iron.
Yeah. And you knew, you equated, you knew where to get it and how to get it and what it was in. So, yeah. Liver it up. So, all right. Well, you skedaddle. You go eat. Enjoy your meal as best as you can. And I'll see you around. We'll keep
Thank
in
you.
touch. We'll keep
I
in
will
touch.
go. Yeah. I'll see you guys. Bye-bye.
See you, Big Small.
If I can work out how to leave.
There we go. I worked it out for him. Later, brother.
How do you leave? Is there like a little X button somewhere? Let me look at it.
Well, when you want to say goodbye, I figured out how I got you on. I can kick you out.
Oh, here it is.
So-
Upper right corner. A button says leave.
Yep.
That's simple enough.
Where if I go on your little, there's a little on my end, there's a little circle, and I can boot you, per se. Well, it was good seeing him. It's nice hearing from him.
Yeah, he's a nice guy. I like him.
Mhm.
He's got that Yorkshire attitude.
Nothing wrong with that.
He's over in the UK, by the
Yeah.
way. Yorkshire.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with that. He's good. Good. Seems like good people. Salt of the earth.
Yeah.
So that's a good thing. So what do you got going on today? What's on your menu? What are we eating today?
I don't know. I was doing a little shopping while you guys were talking.
Mm.
A couple little things like cat food. That seems to always be on the menu for the caticles.
Same here.
Got to get some of that. Got to get some more water. I'm fixing the water pump, by the way. I'm waiting until July because it's going to cost like $2,000.
Oh yeah, youch.
But yeah, we're getting that all fixed. We found out how deep it was. It's 160 plus feet under the ground.
That's
I thought it'd be about 100. No, 160 plus, so a little bit over that.
Joe's parents is 210.
That's
Wow,
quite. Yeah, I don't know if you heard that or
that's deep.
her son-in-law. His parents, their well is 210.
Mm-hmm. Man, we got good water here. I mean, it's right to the surface. You don't really have to go that low, but for whatever reason, they took it down, which is okay, I guess. But you need a stronger pump when that
Yes.
happens, which is more expense.
Yes.
So that'll be brand new. We'll have that all taken care of.
Good. Well, what's for dinner? It ain't cat food.
No, I'm trying to think.
We're doing. What are we doing? We're doing spaghetti.
Johnny,
Yeah, we got a bunch of elbow mac noodles left over, so we're just gonna boil them up, put some sauce and some meat to it, and do some garlic breadsticks.
Yes, that's what brought up the well thing for me is that I have to buy the water, and it also means I'm not doing a lot of cooking, especially with water. Cleaning the dishes is a pain because the water's limited. I got to get it from the spring in the back for washing, but so I don't do a lot of cooking right now. That's the whole thing.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
maybe a pot of ramens, boil up some of the water for that or something.
Maybe
A lot of
that-
potatoes, baked potatoes.
or if you have a microwave, some kind of quick meal or something every now and again.
Yeah. I don't use my microwave.
We don't have a microwave. We got a air fryer, toaster oven. Well, my son has a toaster oven. We have an air fryer and just our gas oven.
Toaster ovens are great. I use
And a
that
crock
all the time.
pot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, toaster oven. The air fryer, the one we got, it can be pretty much toaster oven or
Oven, air
fryer, oven, whatever. It's one of those combo deals. It's not that big. I mean, it's big enough, but it's not one of them big, ginormous. It's nice size. It works for us. Suits our needs.
So I'll probably be eating potatoes. Something to do with potatoes. Maybe some ramen. Who knows?
Nothing wrong with taters.
Or maybe I'll splurge and buy pizza. Oh, I shouldn't do that. I shouldn't do that. But maybe I'll do that too. I got a free pizza waiting for me, so we'll buy about 3 of them. One of them will be free. There you go. I got enough food for a few days, a week maybe.
Yeah, treat yourself. You know.
I do that every once in a while.
Yeah,
Mhm.
we treated ourselves the other day. We ordered takeout. We got Chinese. There's a Chinese
Mm.
place right down the street here we can walk to. So we
Oh, that's good.
oh,
They give you a lot too.
oh
At least they
boy,
do around here for your money.
same here.
2 meals, easy.
Easy 2 meals. Easy.
What do you usually get? The fried rice or what do you get? Orange chicken?
I got this go around. I got the beef lo mein,
Mhm.
shrimp fried rice, and Zadarok, and my son Fenton.
We got General So's,
They got General So's,
fried rice,
Mhm.
and egg rolls.
fried rice, and some egg rolls.
It's a lot of food.
Yep. Oh, and I got some fried scallops.
Mhm.
Yeah, we ate for good 2 days off of that. Why isn't? Oh, there it is. Yeah, we ate for 2 days off of that. 2 meals. Hey, Dungeon Minister.
Yeah, there he is.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Hey,
You're more than welcome to join if you can see the link or whatever. If you want, if not, no harm, no foul.
we watched your tent making last night.
Yeah, he knows. He
Oh,
heard.
that's right.
He did a tent making thing. He was making some tents for terrain for his family, his game. It was pretty neat. He was starting them. Whoa.
Boiling mashed potatoes in the stew.
I don't know how
Yeah.
you guys can live there. A lot of traffic in the train. Wow.
Become numb to it.
I guess so.
Oh, he can hear you good. It's got a good mic.
Did you get a new mic?
No, just this camera that I got that I've been using. It's got a really good mic. That's why I'm muting here and there because you can hear it picks up so well. Oh, that's right. You're at your clergy conference. Okay, well, you lurk. Hopefully the conference goes good for you. I forgot you mentioned that last night, brother. Hopefully that goes good. But yeah, we're gonna do the spaghetti. Use up some older noodles. And then what else we got on the menu?
Oh, the chicken skewers tomorrow. Garlic chicken skewers.
Skewers?
Yeah, garlic chicken skewers. Do those in the air
Mm.
fryer. They're good.
Yep.
Rice pilaf.
Rice pilaf for the side.
Gotcha.
What else? We usually do like
Weekly
every
menu.
week we'll do a menu, and we usually I'll pick one or two things. She'll pick one or two things, and then we have Fenton. He'll pick 2 things. So that's 6 meals, and then we leave one day open for like carry out or leftovers or whatever. Because we go grocery shopping. He likes his pizzas, his stove oven pizzas and other snacks. So one of the nights in the week it'll be, hey, bud, it's fend for yourself tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But everyone, we all have fairly the same palate and open and nothing. There's never really been much of ew. I don't like that. I want something different. We're all so it works out. Yeah, Battle and Barrows design.
So, what's your take, Squirrel? To talk RPG here. What is your take? Because I don't think I ever got your take, and I know your take on a lot of different games. But what is your take on the mechanical side of 5e?
The mechanics of 5e.
What's your thoughts on it? Does it tickle you? Does it scratch you? Is it nasty? You hate it? Or is
I
it
don't
cool?
hate it. I don't hate it, but it doesn't scratch any itch. It doesn't. It's meh. I mean, I could play it maybe, but there's just so much that was. I mean, when it first come out, it was neat. I actually was on when they were first actually like developing it, doing the betas and all that. I was on some online stuff, and I get where some of the things they were going after when it first was being developed, some of the nostalgia type. But after 4 or 5 years it was out, and they were really cranking out things, and it can be over cumbersome. There can be too much. But mechanically, I'm just not a fan. I just really don't. It's not my jam.
Well, it is a rules light game, for
Yes,
one thing.
and
But
I don't mind that.
no, not at all. The one mechanic that stands out for the system is the advantage disadvantage system mechanic, I should say. That's the hallmark of the system, and I think it's a reason why a lot of people like it. There's a certain simplicity where you're not dealing with floating modifiers like you are with, say, Pathfinder or a lot of games, old school included. But this advantage disadvantage thing is actually pretty cool, and I think that's what makes the system shine. And that's what your take on that. What is your take on that system, that mechanic, rather?
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, you like that too.
Yeah, advantage disadvantage. That's awesome. That was introduced. I think the first time it was ever on the RPG scene was in the first printing of the One Ring.
Mm-hmm.
But no, that's nice. And some people get they get wrinkled up about the short rest, long rest, all that. Like, oh man, you heal too fast. You get well. One thing a lot of people that they don't realize they're not aware of is the initial beginnings in D&D of the hit points. It was a term that stuck, but it wasn't quite a proper term. It wasn't quite a correct term because you hear hit, you think you're getting hit. It was more of an abstract. It was more of a oh how many points do you have that you use up to avoid that one and only fatal blow? Because I mean, come on, someone's swinging a two-handed battle axe at your forehead. You're not taking 2 points of damage and not die. It was just that little bit of that reserve or little. So with the long rest and short rest and regaining those hit points back so quickly, if you look at it, or approach it with that mindset, you're not actually healing wounds you were never wounded. You're catching your breath. You're oh, oof, all right. You're getting, because there's no real endurance. Like, oh, I'm tired from a fight. That was kind of also lumped into hit points. So, if you look at it through that lens, it makes perfect sense. But everyone's gotten nowadays. They're in the and even shortly after Dungeons and Dragons, came about. That the word hit. You had to have been hit, so therefore your points are reduced, rather than it was I avoided being hit, and when I'm out of those hit points, the fatal blow is going to happen. It was kind of saving throw without a saving throw, save versus death throw, or you see what I'm getting at. That was the initial start of that. But overall, I mean, advantage, disadvantage, great stuff, fun stuff. But I don't know. Just something about it just doesn't quite click with me.
Mm-hmm. I heard that train whistle.
Oh, it ain't even here yet.
Yeah.
Hold on, you'll hear it.
Yikeroonies. Trains are coming. Holy smokes.
Wait till it gets into town here.
We have 2 gates in less than a quarter of a mile that he's moving.
There
Wow.
it goes.
Yep. Well, you live right there.
Just a street away.
Yeah, it's a block away, block and a half tops. We don't mind it. Heck, my mother, she moved down to Florida 20 some years ago. Every time she calls, she's like, I miss the trains, because the town we grew up in, there's trains that go through town. We could hear them in the distance. So every now and again, when I talk to her on the phone, I'll be like, hold on. I'll put it on speaker when a train goes by. She's like, oh, yes, I'm back home. So what do you think about 5e, sir?
I played it quite a bit, actually. I played it back 2016, 17. I played a campaign set in Midgard for a few months. I played it. I'll admit to you, I really freaking enjoyed it. And the reason I enjoyed it so much is because it's free-form role-playing. It's not like Pathfinder, which is very mechanical and there's a rule for everything that you do, and it feels like a board game or a war game, actually.
Yes.
Which is one of its strengths, really, Pathfinder. But it's not totally my style. I play war games to play war games. Role playing, I like the narrative and the story and the role play and that kind of stuff. So I like a free form way of doing it. Very much like an old school style of gaming. I prefer that, as you know.
Yeah.
But 5e, the thing with 5e, and everybody's got to realize this, it's the same with Pathfinder and any other modern RPG, fantasy RPG, is that it's going to be focused on epic high fantasy. Lots of magic, over the top, crazy stuff. It's high fantasy, lots of magic and so on. Old school gaming tends not to be that way in general, and it never was. And we were raised on that type of fantasy. So I could see why a lot of people don't like the modern RPG tone. But 5e being high fantasy and over the top and all that stuff, I like it. I like that style of gaming too. And I do play it. That's why I played Pathfinder for 4 or 5 years.
Yeah.
And so I do enjoy it. As far as mechanics, like I said, I like 5e because it's very free form, like old school gaming. And yeah, it's easy. Just you don't even have to use die rolls, of course. But when die rolls come up, you got to do something. It's easy. It's just an easy D20, add your proficiency. You might have advantage. You might have disadvantage. That's all it is. And all the other mechanics in combat mimic that same style. As we know, it's D20. But the skills and stuff and anything you do outside of combat is just that simple mechanic. And it's so freeform. And unlike Pathfinder, you're not required to make rolls. You're not required to follow any rules to do something. So it's very freeform. And so I enjoyed it. I liked it. And it was one of my funnest times I've had role playing online recently. Was
Good.
playing that campaign.
Good. That's awesome.
That's my thought on it.
Yeah.
If you don't like modern fantasy gaming where it's hard to die because it's your heroes to begin with. That's modern fantasy. That's just the way people play today. It's nothing wrong with D&D or Pathfinder because of that. Is that that's the genre they're playing. The focus isn't on surviving. It's not on keeping track of ammunition and food stuffs as you travel. You could, but it's typically not something you do in modern gaming like 5e and Pathfinder. It's something you often overlook to keep the story going and the narrative, because that's the focus of modern fantasy gaming, right? It's all on the heroic side of it. You're heroes. You're not supposed to die so easy. It's not supposed to be that threatening. So to me, it's a whole different genre of fantasy. You either like it or you don't. Nothing to do with the rules. It has to do with the genre itself.
Yeah, the approach, the genre. Yeah, no,
And
I
I
mean,
kind of
if
like it, but it
if
is
you
what
want
it
a little
is.
more of a grittier take on it, I mean, the rules are in the DMG with the short rest, long rest, and healing and such, and the multiple saving throws against dying, and they're there in the 5e DMG. I mean, so if people wanted to dial it back a little, it's already in the rules. It's
Yeah, you could.
in the DMG. I see no point in really dialing back the rules on those rules because,
You could play something else.
yeah, like you said, you play those rules for a reason. And you can play something else. You can.
Yeah. That's one of I bring this up because it's one of the reasons that I'm prepping to start a campaign right away of Tales of the Valiant, which it's not 5e, but it's 5e.
Yeah.
It's Kobold Press's take on the whole thing. And it's essentially it's 5e. Instead of inspiration, they have luck. There's doom that gives points to the GM to utilize to help his villains and hurt the PCs. There's that. There's differences and stuff they add, but it's essentially 5e.
Yeah.
That's based on that. So that's why I bring that up, because I'm prepping to do that and I'm excited to do that.
Enjoy. Good.
That's mainly because of Jake. This will be Jake's first experience, and it'll be a good experience for him. I'm going to introduce him to playing RPGs with this because it's easy.
Yeah.
And I think that'll be good for him. I considered Hyperborea, but it's the way I play Hyperborea. It's dark. It's sword and sorcery. It's Cthulhu-esque, Lovecraftian horror. I don't want to put him through that nightmare. So,
Not yet.
Not yet. So this will be a good alternative. High fantasy for him.
Yeah, no, that sounds like it'll be fun. I hope it goes well. I really do. I mean, one thing that I liked about a game. Now, this is before I even knew about the whole whatever the ins and outs of the people that put out Zweihander. Like, I was clueless. I had no idea what was going on in the background with those folks and Warhammer or those people, and I had no clue. Zweihander, they had a neat thing in there. It was the points, like you said. I forget what they're called, but there was a luck point or fate point or something that the players had a pool of at the table, and anytime they spent one to alter a roll or an outcome or add to a roll or something, the DM actually got one to, okay, so as the NPCs or opponents could chuck it back in, and you can kind of go back and forth with that. That was neat. I like that. That was a really neat one.
Well, Zweihander is based on Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay.
Yes.
Grimdark fantasy, which I really, 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 really love. I love Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay, any edition, except third. But I hope to play that one day too. But that's, as you know, that's based on the BRP system. There's no levels. It's career based. And skill system and all that stuff. It's
Mhm.
another reason why I like it. Yeah, it's a whole new set of mechanics for that game.
Yeah,
Never played Zweihander.
we had fun with it. From what I understand, I haven't looked too deeply. From what I understand, Zweihander, it was Warhammer Fantasy Second Edition rules, pretty much verbatim. And for whatever reason, again, the rumors, from what I understand,
Mm-hmm.
the people that own the publishing company for Zweihander, I forget the name of them, they really enjoyed it, and something about a copyright or something lapsed, and they swooped in and grabbed it, and then the folks at Warhammer, because they didn't renew it in time or something, tried to come at them, but they couldn't, and it was just some kind of weird debacle. I don't know. I didn't care. I still really don't. I mean, but whatever. It was a good game. We had a lot of fun with it.
Mm.
We had a lot of fun with it for a year or so. And I never played Warhammer Fantasy. I had no clue about it. I had no clue about any of that stuff. I just saw it and it looked neat, so I grabbed a couple copies and we played it.
Warhammer's one of my favorites. I think one of the great things about the Warhammer Fantasy roleplay system specifically is its setting. I think it's the setting for Warhammer it's deep. I mean, I put it up there with Forgotten Realms and Kryn and even Lord of the Rings in terms of depth of a setting. So if you really like a really deep setting that's got a lot of lore about it, revolving around it, that's a reason to get into this game system alone. So I like that side of it, you know?
Yeah,
Zweihander is generic, but it's got a grimdark theme, which is what Warhammer is. You could do your own setting. Debacle is a good character name.
Yes, Debacle. Yeah, no, setting can make a big difference. It really can.
Which leads to another question I'll throw at you. When it comes to RPGs, and this I know is what you would normally, this is your forte more than anything. How important is the setting and in fact, this is probably more the question. The artistic presentation of the game, the art. How important is the art to you when you're deciding whether or not you're going to get into a game or not? Because I know some games are out there, they might as well be staple bound and typed out on a typewriter, and there's no art. It's horrible. How could you play that game? I'm thinking of war games from back in the day. But, you know, and then you got games, coffee table, hardback books that are gloriously beautiful just to look at, let alone read. Well, how important is the art side of an RPG and you deciding whether or not to play it?
Well, art, for me, art does. It does play a good part in my decision making. But there are a few games out there I can't really think off the top of my head. Like, there's not a lot of great or good art, but the games are really kick butt. Usually, though, those games that I've come across over the years that don't have all this stellar art, they're smaller. They don't have the money for it anyways.
Mm-hmm.
So part of the decision, for me, based on, art. All right, if it's a larger company and you're not really shelling out a few extra bucks for really good art can make me hesitant. Even though the rules are really good, it's like I don't know, guys. What are you doing here?
Well, when you look at a game, for me, from my standpoint, art is huge. It's big. And you'd agree with this. One of the reasons is because of the immersion.
Oh yes,
When you see something like the Hyperborea books, the images of what it's like to play in this world, in this game, comes across through its artwork and presentation. And it's either something appealing to you or it's not.
yes,
It's a huge role for me. I have to really like the art. If I don't like the art, I don't care how good the mechanics of the game are. The art has to be there. It's everything to me. It's like the immersion and everything. Even
yeah,
if the rules suck, if the art is fantastic and the world I can get immersed in, I could do it. You know,
yeah. Well, and
that's important to me.
that's the setting too. The write up of the setting and whatnot. That really helps. If the rules are kind of we're old hands at this. If the art's pretty good and the setting, the world write up and whatnot's pretty good, or they're both excellent and the rules are kind of, I'll use my own rules from another game and put it into this setting. Whether it be 5e or Warhammer or whatever. I'll use that because the settings, wow.
Well, you're a big fan of the. Speaking of settings, you're a big fan of Harn World.
Oh, absolutely.
What's the draw to that for you? What are all the aspects to it that really make you want to play in this world?
Well, like you were saying, the setting itself, the write up, and the art.
Mm-hmm.
And it is the Harn world is system agnostic.
Mm-hmm.
So out of the over 1 million words in print today, some of the very early stuff had maybe some stat blocks of some NPCs, but that was very, very early on. They don't. There's a character, NPC character descriptions. With no stats, no stat blocks, no. The art is fantastic. Hold on 1 second here. I'm going to grab something. Let me put it on mute in case a truck comes by.
I was muted.
All right.
Whoops.
This is the latest Harn quest I got in.
Let's see the goods.
Oh, yes. This is some more about Ithaco. Let me get these pages right. Okay, this is the kind of stuff I really like about Harn. Okay. There's the heraldry for
Barzak.
Yep. the seat of the house. There's
Yeah, that's beautiful.
and then notable personalities.
Black and white line art, beautiful. Yeah, there's good art with Harn World.
But if you'll
Really good
notice,
stuff.
there's no stats. So you could use this for 5e. You could use this for Valiant. They have adventure hooks. You could use or for Warhammer Fantasy, whatever rules you can, and the maps they give you. Are really well done.
Yeah, look at that.
It's quality stuff. I mean, here's another map. Here's the Ithaca. It's a keep. Okay. There's the ground floor.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have the second floor. And then you have the different of the third and fourth floors of the keep. So that's one of the things I really like about. And what's neat too is in these Harn quests and a lot of their other modules and other, they call them articles. We call them modules, whatever. Like the map I showed you, or was it? Okay, this one. Okay. Now this one doesn't really show you much difference, but a lot of times there are. Okay, no, this one. All right, the GM map here. It'll have little numbers or little something else on it, and then they give you a color player map that isn't keyed out, which is really, they do good work.
Yeah, they do.
I can't ever say enough about them. They do great, stellar work. Here's another one from the same Harn quest, Turma. It's in the Kingdom of Retham, so was Ithaca. There's the heraldry. Come on, focus. And it gives you the breakdown, and then again, great art.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, and you can use, well, you saw it. I mean, I gave you I sent you the Ivinia, however you want to pronounce it, stuff. Or you like the Nordic, Norse, Northern, Viking-esque setting, and you saw it. You could use that with any rules.
Mm-hmm.
There's no stats. There's no. I mean, the art's wonderful, as you're aware.
Mm-hmm. Rules agnostic.
Yes.
So anyway, yeah, art is an important part for my game and plays a big role whether I play a game or not. Like the artwork for Tales of the Valiant. Like I know I've been following Tales of the Valiant since it came out last year. I know the mechanics and stuff, but art, how are they going to present it? Kobold has some good art.
Yeah, they do.
And some of the folks that do their artwork also did work for Paizo. Yep. And like William O'Brien, some of his artwork is in there, and I absolutely love his work. But that carried over to this game and just reinforced the idea that I'm gonna run this for Jake and Jesse and here at the house and maybe for the Sunday group as well, because they love the epic high fantasy anyway. So they probably would jump in on some sessions or a campaign. So that's what I'm gonna do. That's a big thing, art.
Yeah, I agree. No, it does play a big. It's not the ultimate win factor for me, but it's definitely weighs in on the scale.
You know what my favorite art is for RPGs? It's the art that you find in Hyperborea and in a lot of old school games, like Dragon Slayer has some good art. OSE has some pretty good art. I love that black and white old school drawing stuff. Oh, I love that.
Yeah, the old line art.
There's something magical about that stuff, man.
Yep, and I do get a kick out of, now this is the nostalgia part. I get a kick out of some of the older art and even the more newer modern art that looks like the older art that was like something you or I would draw up in 8th grade study hall.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Even the first edition AD&D art.
Yeah,
some of that was really questionable, man. But it's part of what it is. It's part of old school. It has a certain attraction to it, nostalgia.
Yeah, I like when an artist intentionally goes for that angle, goes for that. It's like, yeah, I know this artist could do better work, but he's just doodling like he was in 8th grade study hall thinking about his latest adventure, latest.
Yeah, there's something magical about that, though. I like that. You don't see that anymore. It's too, the hobby today is too what? It's too commercialized. It's too professional. Everything's top end quality, which is great. But still, back in the day, it wasn't. It was very much, old Fred here, the author, is doing his own illustrations. And they're not bad, but,
Yeah, they're not bad. Here's some art. A buddy of mine did this Saturday evening while we were hanging out and blabbing. It's not completely done, but this is one of his sketches that he put together while we were doing our world building endeavor, experiment, whatever you want to call it. And then here's another. This is a finalized one. It's of the picture of a race that he created.
Oh, wow. He drew that?
Yeah.
Wow.
I can get.
Holy smokes. He's an artist, man. Huh, that's pretty damn good.
Try and get it to take up the whole thing so it focuses. Yeah, he does really, really well. And he
Excellent.
just sits and sketches and I say doodles, and I don't mean any disrespect. He more like sketches, different concepts and ideas we're going through. So we'll have a good chunk of art put together for when we have our world set up, created. It's more of a continent than a whole globe world, And yeah, was it March Hare? Yeah, I agree. Some of the newer, more professional stuff is kind of like, I agree. Thanks for joining in, by the way. Rando blabbery.
Rando blabbery. Here we are, folks. It's awesome.
Yes.
Blabathon.
Yeah, why not? Why not? Beautiful day out. We're all relaxing, enjoying.
Yeah, that's right. You do your streams outside, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, I'm usually on the front porch. I got the out back kind of cleaned up again. We let it go last year intentionally. I mean, A, I was over the road quite a bit, but B, it was intentional. We let the leaves and sticks fall so the earth, the dirt can, do its thing.
Reclaim.
Yeah, do its thing. And it's a little postage stamp of a backyard anyways. It's only like, I don't know, 20 foot by 20 foot or something. It's just a little spot. So it's not like it's not much to clean up anyways. It's, not like a quarter acre or something or a few acres. It's nothing.
You just got to deal with the traffic and the train.
Yeah. Well, it's less prevalent sitting behind the house.
Are you in the back or in the front?
Oh, well, right now I'm in the front.
Oh, you're in the front. Okay.
Yeah. So the back of the house, it's a little more quieted.
That's good.
But I'll be doing some live streams out back when the weather's nice and permitting.
Maybe with the barbecue burning away.
Yeah.
Fire pit.
Do some cooking up.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Well, definitely. Here, hold on a second. All right, I'm here with you still. You're gonna hear some noise, but there goes the motorcycle. Can't blame them. It's a nice day out. Why not? If I rode the things, I would. I don't ride them, so whatever. Can't blame them. Let's see here. There's that. We'll do that.
Old Fuddy Duddy, a lot of newer, more professional art leaves me cold. Yeah, I agree. A lot of modern games are, well, it's modern artwork. You could see the theme of anime in a lot of it. You could see a lot of it looks cartoonish. You know, I don't know what to say about that. You know who has really good artwork, full color artwork? The I don't know if he's the lead artist for Troll Lord Games, but their Castles and Crusades, the newest book covers they've been coming out with. Oh my God. It's just awesome artwork from this guy. I don't know his name, but Castles and Crusades, the art on those books, very realistic, full color fantasy. It doesn't look cartoonish. It looks realistic. I love that stuff. I don't know if you've seen them, Squirrel.
Yeah, I've seen them. They're nice. Now I'm out back.
Oh, you are. A little shifteroonie. Little treat us. Scurry up.
Traffic will be a little more quieted.
Uh-huh.
The drains. I mean, it's a nice little spot for what it is.
Is it getting cloudy there?
Not really.
No?
It's just the way the camera looks with the sun.
I can see this. Yeah, I can see the sun.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just I don't want to make people dizzy. There we go. Yeah, but this is out back.
Yeah, you get bitten by brown snakes.
Out in the greenery. Nope, neighbor's firing up the motorbike. It's a nice day, you know. Can't blame them.
You got a lot of neighbors there?
Actually, just the one that lives over here. You can kind of see the house, maybe somewhere there. The other neighbors, they moved out after the choo-choo incident, and that's it. There's some that are over yonder, and there's nobody across the street. It's an old business that's empty. And then they shut down the Family Dollar. It's empty. And there's a house on the corner. It's empty. It's been empty forever. The guy owns it out of nostalgia. It's a house where he grew up, and I don't know why he's not sold it or done anything with it, but so no, not a whole lot of neighbors. At least on this street, this little bit of a street.
I wonder if I ever passed through where you live. Because I used to travel a lot going to California and back again. And been through Ohio.
Yeah,
I've been to Pittsburgh. I've been to pass through Pittsburgh every time on the way to California. And you're not far from there, right?
No, heavens no. I could be in Pittsburgh downtown in an hour.
Yeah. So I wonder if I ever passed through your hometown there. I might have.
You might have passed by it.
Maybe
not through it, because we're off a little bit of the beaten path. There's the main road, 51, that turns into Route 14, which that comes off of 376. It used to be old 51, old 56. I don't know when they changed it. That'll take you past the town, but if you would have turned off, you could have come into the town proper. I don't know. Look it up. You might have.
Maybe. If I could remember, that's going back
Yeah.
2020. I moved back home in 2012. And that was going to Massachusetts. So the last time I was traveling to California was 2010. I was there in 2009 in California. Did a lot of back and forth traveling.
Yeah.
So that's going back pretty far. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'd have to look for some old tickets. Look for the
Well, you might
stop
have
off points.
Might have been by it, but definitely not through it. It's such a small little.
Well, I think where you are, it's from Pittsburgh. You got to go up. You got to go north to get to where you are, don't you? You're not like right across. There's a diversion going to the north to get to where you are. Yes, no. Is Pittsburgh southwest or southeast of you? Or is it so close? It's like
Pittsburgh is excuse me, it's east.
yeah. I thought it dipped down.
It might be
Google Maps.
I think it's a little northeast of us.
Oh, so you're down then. Ah.
Yeah. Where we're at, it is we're kind of in that right on the tip of where West Virginia, Ohio, and PA touch. We're right down in that little pocket.
Mm-hmm. I've seen the map. I just don't remember. I thought you were up.
Yeah, we're 10 miles. All right, well, Zadok chimed in. We're 10 miles from the Ohio PA Turnpike.
Oh,
well,
geez.
which turnpike? It's, I think, 79? 79? There's 79, 76, maybe 71. I don't know. I don't pay attention. I travel all over. I don't pay attention.
You're only 10 miles, so that's really freaking close.
Yeah. Well, from the turnpike, we're
from the turnpike, yeah.
Maybe 2 miles from the actual PA border.
$76 miles?
No, turnpike 76.
76. Gotcha.
Route 76.
Route 76.
Yeah, we're 2 miles from the PA border. So, yeah, this is out back. I'll be doing some live stuff out back this year. And it's nice. And oh, sorry, didn't mean to jostle the camera. But yeah, beautiful day out.
1 mile from the PA line.
Yeah, 1 mile. Okay, I thought we were a little more than that, but she looked it up, so she's right.
That's close. I got Jake one of those $10 dice bags with 5 sets of polyhedral dice.
Nice.
They're nice looking dice. They're pretty good. There's a couple sets in there that are really nice dice. There's one that really is hard to see. It's kind of a crappy one, but yeah, it's a good. His first set of dice in a nice dice bag. It's a big thing that I got for him. He hasn't seen it yet, but he knows.
Oh, I'm sure he'll love it.
So he'll have all the dice he needs for RPGs. Yeah,
I'm sure he'll love it. Yeah, $10. I mean, they've gotten so much cheaper nowadays.
Yeah, $10, and they're pretty nice dice. Right. So I got that for him.
Good. That's wonderful. Wonderful. Well, I'm sure he'll love it. He'll be loving it. Plant the seed. Plant the seed. Sculpt him. He's like clay.
Yeah, honestly, man, it's the only reason I'm still doing what I'm doing. It's a big motivator for me in this hobby is, for him, because I want him to be able to have this hobby.
Well, hopefully it takes root. Hopefully he he hits the ground running. You know what I mean? I hope so.
Yeah, I think he is. It's
Hi,
a joy to
pal.
watch.
You can't
Clickety
come out,
clack,
buddy.
math rocks. Yeah, that's
Yes,
what they are.
clickety clack, math rocks.
Do you got your own dice, Zaddy? Do you keep your own dice under your pillow at night? You have your own little dice bag for those occasions you get to play? Good fun.
Oh yeah.
I'm going to 3D print him a little dice jail.
Yes, for the bad dice.
Yep,
You're
'cause
rolling
that's
too
a thing.
low. Ah, I seen that a while back. Yeah, that's kind of funny. Yeah, she's got her own dice, that's for sure.
Is she? Good. You got to. It's mandatory, right?
Ain't nobody touching my dice.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want your bad juju on my dice. I don't want your bad mojo, your bad luck. I don't. No. No. You come over to the house and you don't have your own dice. You can use the dice of shame.
There you go. I have many dice, many sets of dice. Okay. Well, of course you do.
Yeah, I actually brought her back a couple sets from the last Gary Con.
Yeah.
Yeah, I usually grab
nice.
her a few things, some dice bags, some dice, some whatever else. Maybe a dice tray.
How about a dice tower? You ever use dice towers?
No, I have one. It was a laser cut, like a wood. You put it together yourself, and it's a box, like a cigar box almost. It doesn't fold up, and there's a little dice tower that it stands up in it, and you can roll. And it's got places for pencils and your dice and your miniatures and whatever. It's kind of like maybe size of a piece of paper, 8x11, like box.
Mm-hmm.
I got that. That was really neat, and I got it. I wanted to put it together. I used it a few times, but I don't use that stuff. I don't. I'll find someone to gift it to that will actually use it.
Yeah, same here. I don't really use dice towers. I use trays, lots of trays. I got
Oh,
all
yeah.
kinds of trays, but the towers, nah. I like to actually roll it, get in there, good in the palms of your hand.
You gotta get your
Boom.
mojo on them. You gotta get your
Right?
yeah, work up the energies.
You just drop them in something. You want to shoot them out those palms yourself.
Yeah.
Kashunga.
Underhand, overhand, whatever. Do your razzle dazzle, get them to roll.
I knew one guy. He did his most important dice rolls. They were his dice, and I never seen him do it except one time. He put the dice in his mouth, and he would literally spit them out into his tray. Pooh! Like, no, man, don't do that. Don't do that. I only saw him do it
Ain't nobody
once.
touching them but him.
Yeah, but still, come on, man.
Yeah, I know. That's a little whatever. Yeah, no, we have dice trays. I have a stack of them here for the game room.
Mm.
They're the larger round, just round, wooden with the green felt. They're nice size.
Mm-hmm.
I have plenty for whoever, whenever we game. And some of the players they only really play when they get together here, so they just leave their dice in the dice tray, and it just stays on the table because nothing really leaves.
How many folks come over your house to play in your campaign?
What's going on now is just me and two other people.
Okay.
Right now. I mean, the OSE one, there was myself. There was, let's see, not counting myself. There was anywhere from 4 to 6 people.
Nice. What's your preferred number of people?
Depends on the system. If it's something like a OSE or something really basic, BX, light and easy breezy, come one, come all. You know, because the rules aren't getting too technical, they're not getting too gritty. Well, my turn, I have to do this, and then the action economy dictates I need to do this and that and that. You know, if it's going to be a little more, uh, let's say I don't play it, but let's say a Pathfinder or a Hackmaster, something that's got more rules intense, I'd say 3 or 4, so that the rounds and the turns go a little more swift. You get more bang for your buck.
Hmm.
I mean, we only have so much time as adults, you know.
Yeah, I know.
If it was like it was back in the day, and this is even when I was an adult, but back in the day, you know, I said it before. I used to run uh, Hackmaster, and especially over the winter, but pretty much all year, it was every Saturday at the old farmhouse, and it was average 8 hours sessions, and there was anywhere from 6 to 10 players.
Hackmaster?
Yeah,
Wow.
but that was quite a few years ago. We had a little more time on our hands. We had, you know, the schedules kind of fell into place.
Takes a lot of energy to run a game like that. Give me a second. I gotta go to the door.
Do
I'll be
what you
right
do.
back, Squirrel.
Yep. Let's see. One of the snap together tray. Oh yeah, the one that folds. It looks kind of like a hex or squares or whatever. Arn. Yeah, those are nice. Those are neat. Zadarok's got. She's got one. I actually have a dice bag that I'll have to get it. I'll have to show it to you guys. If Fritz comes back and I'm not here, you guys chime in. Let him know. I'm gonna go grab this. It's really neat. It's hard to explain. I'll show it to you though, Arn. Hold on. Hold the fort down. Keep him alive. All right, I made it back. Peace and quiet. Yeah, I don't blame you. Our bird feeder's empty. They'll be getting filled up here shortly. But anyways, this neat little dice bag I got. It was fairly cheap. Leather, like a little coin pouch looking type thing. Got a little snap on the top. You undo this little whatever it's called. If you open it up, I don't have any dice in it, but you open it up, it actually opens up to be its own dice tray, which is kind of neat. It kind of has its own little edge rim cupping action or whatever. I thought that was kind of cool. String it back up, snap it, tighten up the string, and that's your own little dice bag pouch tray combo, which that's kind of cool. It was a neat one. It was a neat one. But yes, I have returned. Let the noise begin. Man, it's beautiful out. Really beautiful. So, Arn, you got what? You got 7 or 8 players for OSC. Individual initiative to keep the game moving. We just added the option for frontline to roll as a unit if we want. Yeah. Yeah, that's a nice little variant. We do our OSC. We use the stack, which we all love it. It really goes fast. It's fun. It's fun. There he is. I left too. You missed it.
Did I?
Yeah. I told Arn and anyone else. I says, I'll be right back. I got to grab something and hold down the fort. Keep them alive.
Correct the whip as needed.
Yeah. Well, I was showing Arn because Arn had mentioned something about the dice tray that they'll lay flat and then you can fold the corners. You can snap them together and it'll make like a octagon, hexagon, rectangle, whatever. I told him, well, not too long ago, I got a neat. It's a dice bag.
Huh, looks like a sling.
And it's just got the string, but it's a dice bag, but you got this little bit here for the string, and it unsnaps, but it opens up the way it opens. I don't have dice in it, but the way it opens, it's its own little rolling tray.
Yeah.
It's kind of cupped.
Huh.
It was neat. And then you just, if you can just keep your dice in it and then pull the string and it'll like, if you just have it laying on the table, it'll just collapse on itself and,
looks like a sling. Looks like a little sling.
It kind of does with the.
Yeah.
It's leather. I mean, it was only like $10. Just something neat. I took that to Gary Con. I have my own dice and tray all in one combo. So yeah.
How many viewers you got?
Right now, 5 of us.
5? I saw it at 7 there for a little bit.
Yeah. Which is nice for me, for what I do. For what I do. Even 5's pretty solid for what I do.
2. Mine says 2 likes. Let me refresh this. Should be more likes than that.
I don't know. I made a comment earlier.
I know you had 8. You got 8.
I made a comment earlier. Big Smalls was on before you hopped on, and I'll say it again. And I'm gonna do a little rant about this too. It's not for me, for my channel, for my viewership or whatever. It truly is not aimed at anyone that watches my stuff. But my rant, Zadarok and I have noticed for quite some time, there'll be some folks. The earlier example was we were watching Ye Old Geek Yes, big, small. I know you. Come on now, buddy. It's not for me. It's not for me. But it's a general comment, general observation. Uh, the example I mentioned earlier, we were watching Ye Old Geek. Okay, and he was doing a live thing, and there was like 30, 35 viewers, and there was 20 or so typing away in the live chat. And then Zadrock happened to look, and she's like, dude, there's only like 3 likes. There's like 20 to 30 people. Like, no one can like just give a simple thumbs up. Like, you subscribe to them. Most likely, if you're in the chat, 7 out of the 10 stuff that whoever it is puts out there, you're there. Like, throw them a simple thumbs up. I mean, whether they're trying to monetize or not. I mean, I am by no way. No, I don't even want to do that. But still, it's like, what the heck? What's going on here? Like, we're all a bunch of Siskel and Ebert critics. Like, I want to wait. I'm not sure yet. Like, come on. Throw a fellow enthusiast a thumbs up, or get lost. Throw him a thumbs up.
It does help your channel. It's engagement, whether it's a thumbs up or thumbs down. It does help, which means your video will show up in random people's feeds more often, which is good. That's how you find people, really, outside of directly searching for them.
That's how. Yeah, exactly. You can find like-minded enthusiasts. I mean,
what a promotion.
Maybe people or maybe realizing that people aren't liking or disliking in that form or fashion. So it's like, no, we're keeping these people to ourselves. We're like, they're our secret. I mean, I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get it. Just something we've noticed, and it's like, what in the world?
Honestly, I think a lot of people just overlook it. They don't remember to do it, because sometimes I forget. It's there, but I always click it if
I forget to, and that's fair. It was just a observation / rant, I guess. Or
yeah, I hear you. There's a lot of good channels out there that deserve a lot more. Like your channel. It annoys me to no end. I always look at your subscriber count, and it's a slow growing. It's a slow go. That your channel's a slow go, and I don't understand why. I wish people would subscribe to you. More people. I mean, it's been quite a while.
Yeah. Well, and I don't put anything out on the regular. So that whole,
but still,
all
your
hail
content
the
is
algorithm,
good.
the great God algorithm, whatever.
But wholesome stuff.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Same with you. I spread the nerd word. I'm like, hey, no, check out, this fella, and check out that fella. Spread the nerd word.
I've been doing this since 2012, maybe. And I never really took it serious, except for one little point in my life. There was like a year where I seriously got into really upping my game, professional, regular content. And you can see some of that content, but that was a while ago. But I'm telling you, when I did that and started focusing on it and the algorithm and putting in search words for my videos, I in like that 1 year, I gained about 2,000 subscribers. Now, if you look at my main channel now, I'm close to 4,000, because I should probably have maybe 10,000 by now. If I kept at it, that 1 year, I made like 2,000 people. But I stopped. I said, you know what? I can't keep up with this. This is not what I'm about. I just want this to be about my hobby. So I stopped, and I haven't really pushed since. So it's kind of leveled off at 3,700, and it's been years. So mine's a slow grow now, but I don't really care.
Yeah.
But it goes to show you, when you put effort into it, you can really snowball this thing.
Yeah.
But you gotta be into it, and it's not really my thing. But
no. Well, speaking of like putting in the right words for your descriptions or titles or whatever, I just put out something this morning. It's a short. If you look at it, it starts off it's maybe like 10 seconds or something. It's got a picture. It starts off with a dice bag that looks like the map for the Lonely Mountain.
Mm-hmm.
If you go look at it, look at how many views the thing's got. It's insane, and I just put it out hours ago.
You know what you do? You go into your search words for a video and you put in, just look up the most popular videos on YouTube and look at their topics in their title.
Yeah.
Take those words like Warhammer and put them in your videos. Even if it's not about Warhammer, put it in the keywords and your videos will start popping up in people's feeds all the time, and a lot more people will see them. That's one of the little tricks. It doesn't have to be Warhammer. It could be like, I don't know, a famous celebrity.
Well, yeah, this one I put just for kicks. I wasn't thinking algorithm. And it says extra, extra, extra exclamation, extra exclamation. It's got over 500 views. It like went to like 400 views in like a matter of like 10 minutes.
Wow.
I'm like, what the heck is going? What? So it had to be that. It wasn't me. It had to be the title. And I understand there's a trick in the timing of when you put things out. There's certain hours in the day that's peak viewing hours, peak search hours, whatever.
If you look at your analytics on your channel, one of the options is to look at the time that most viewers are looking at your videos or your streams. And that is an indication as to when you need to put out your videos. Mine, for me, is like, I think it's Mondays and Tuesdays, right around 12 o'clock to 3. That's when people are looking at my stuff. So if you put your videos out at that time, that's when you're going to get the most engagement. It's just part of your analytics. You can look it up on your thing and see.
Yeah. I've looked at it. I get it, but I'm not.
I know.
I'm not chasing it. What'd she say? 662 views currently on that little 10-second short.
Yeah, go figure.
And all that short has in it is in the comments. I tell people in the comments there's links to previous streams I've done covering what I like about certain games. I think it's all Hornmaster stuff. There might be a couple other ones, but I just kind of crunched them all and put them all in the comments and like something to do, something to throw out there for people.
So when it comes to YouTube, since you're not really into it for the money or whatever, but what do you use YouTube for? What is it to you? What do you put out videos? What's the reason that you're using it?
Oh, to put out videos?
YouTube.
I'm having fun, and I've been blessed to get in touch with folks such as yourself and others that are like-minded enthusiasts that aren't like locally, and have fellowship and friendships. That's the reason I do it. I mean, a lot of this stuff I blabber on about, it's either on YouTube or it's me in the living room with the cats looking at me and Zadarak going, "Shut up!" So I might as well do it on YouTube, right? I might as well have some kind of interaction.
I do it as kind of just well, it's fun. It can be fun. Editing can be fun. I know you do stuff on your, it's fun to be creating videos, but it's like at one stage it became part of my hobby, and I think it still is in a way. It's become part of my hobby, particularly the wargaming with miniatures aspects, because I get to make battle reports. Every time I fight a battle, hey, let's turn on the cameras and the sun lamps and get it on the table and do a bat rep. Yeah. So it becomes part of my hobby almost. And it's like my painting chats. That's literally when I'm painting and I'm sitting there painting and chatting, and it's part of my hobby.
Sure.
So it's a fun thing to do. It's part of my hobby, and I don't take it too serious. But that's why I do it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Same here. It's just like I said, find some, like-minded fellow enthusiasts and blabber away like we're doing right now. Either that, or I'd be sitting out back here talking to the cats in the trees and myself.
Chasing off raccoons.
Yeah.
I was sitting on the back patio here at the other house with Cooper, little dog, and I was looking up at my house where I'm living in, and I was looking at the roof, and I saw movement. And sure enough, I saw this big gray bushy. What is that? Is that a giant cat? And then I saw it and recognized that's a freaking raccoon. They were living in the other house in the attic not long ago. So I said, you son of a bitch. You're trying to get in the roof of my house where I'm staying now.
Yeah, you varmint.
Yeah. Like I'm an animist. I love animals and all that stuff, but they're to me, I see them as like nosy neighbors. Get out of here. All right.
There's a line. There's
Yeah.
a there's
So
there's
I started screaming and tearing after him, whipping some rocks and pine cones up there. Get out of here. And what did I do? I came out. Oh, I saw him trying to get into the back of the house. There's a hole up there. He could get in. So I went through the back and opened up the door, and I see him up there. I chased him off. He was trying to get in. So then he disappeared on the roof somewhere. Here I am going all around the house. I could climb the ladder, but I didn't. Chucking up some rocks and pine cones, and I hear him. He's up there giving his little raccoon cry, you know?
Yeah.
And I don't know where I went. I think I went the other somewhere, but I came back around and I saw him. He jumped down off the porch and he's running across my lawn, heading for this big tall pine tree that goes up to the attic in the other house, because that's what he was doing, living up there. And I don't know, he's slow moving as they tend to be.
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of shoot him off, let out some profanity so the neighbors could hear. And then he disappeared from sight. I don't know where he went. I looked around the back of the house, the front, and I said, well, I don't need him creeping up on me if he's got rabies or something. So I'm going to
Yeah.
take the dog in and go in the house. And that was that. Then I saw you streaming.
Hey, well, it worked out.
That was my adventure with the raccoon.
It worked out.
Cripes.
Yeah. So, but yeah, that's what YouTube is for me, and that's something fun to do. Meet people. Skeeta. Meet people and blab about. We love animals. Yes, they get on our nerves. Raccoons, yeah, they got into our trash. We set out trash on trash night, and sure enough, they get into it.
Yeah, bastards.
Sure enough. I mean, what are you gonna do? Just try and coexist.
He was a big one too.
Yeah, we had one on the porch a while back. That sucker, I thought it was a freaking bear cub. Thing's
Yeah.
huge, huge. But real small town like this, they got lots of storm sewers to creep and crawl about, and lots of garbage hole to be eaten. So they're well fed. What, pal? Hi, Pip. No, you guys can't come out.
Come on, Walter, get in here. You're squawking.
Yeah. You got these
Life
guys.
with cats.
They're squawking too. Pal, he wants to come out. You can't, bud. You're not allowed. At least not right now.
So what else is going on, Squirrel? Is Zaddy gonna be playing in your game with your buds there? Or no?
This one, no.
No.
At least for this stage of it. It's just us three fellas because we're creating, co-creating, and it sounds exclusionary, and it kind of is, but
That's okay.
we're she's new to the hobby to be participate in this kind of an endeavor, so to speak. I mean, not that she wouldn't have good thoughts or ideas. It's just,
No hard feelings.
yeah, she don't mind. It's not like she feels left out or upset, but it's just, it she'd probably be lost.
I get it. I get it. So what is this stage that you're in with your buddies there? What do you mean by the creative process or whatever your wording was for that? Because it does
Yeah,
sounds like you're not just gathering and playing. You're doing something else. Like is this like a preparation,
yes,
creating things
we
together?
haven't. Yeah, we haven't even rolled up characters or anything.
Hmm.
We are co-creating a setting and a world. It's more or less of a continent, maybe a few islands. It's not an entire globe, not a world, but a setting. And like I was saying earlier, we're using Dawn of Worlds. We went through the first age. Saturday passed. This past weekend, this past Saturday, we went through the second age, and then the next time we gather will be in a couple weeks. We'll finish up with the third age because there's only 3 ages to this Dawn of Worlds game. Once that's said and done, we might spend I guess you could call it a session or two, a gathering or two to kind of polish that all off. And then we're going to decide on what rules, what system would be best to actually start playing on this world, in this world. And then after that, we're going to, that's it. That's going to be the setting we're going to use in the world. And we're going to do, I'll have an adventure idea, mini campaign idea that might take 2, 3, 4 sessions. I'll run. Then the next, one of the other two fellas at the table, hey, I got a good idea. They'll do a couple sessions. We're just going to rotate different sessions and, go from there, have fun with it, create, stories more collaborative, more together than just always one DM and then the next DM whenever that DM's burnt out or tired after a year or so, the next DM, and it's totally something different on a different, it's all, we're going to try and stick with it, see how it goes.
So is this a different approach than you usually do, or is this normally what you do when you start a new campaign with your
No,
buds?
this is something I've always wanted to do for a very, very long time, but I've held off on it because there's a handful of other players, you know, that have been at the table. We agree, the three of us agree, if we were to include those other players, we don't feel it would turn out as positively as it is. They could be a little petty, a little more childish, even though, again, we're kids. We're just big kids playing an imaginary game with little figurines. But, it just could end up being a little more petty doing something like this. Because part of this Dawn of Worlds, part of this, the game itself, on your turn, you could very well introduce something into what I was doing on my last turn or 2 turns. You could introduce like a disaster or do other things to kind of mess with what I was doing. We all agree, and we've done it a little bit, but it's more to move the creation and the story forward than it is a haha gotcha kind of moment. It's not as petty per se. Not just throwing a wrench in the gears just for the sake of throwing a wrench in the gears.
All right, go. Get in there. So this is a system that you're following. Dawn of Worlds.
Yeah, like I said, look it up. It's free
wonderful.
online, intentionally free. It's only 6-8 pages.
Okay, I get it.
2d6.
Dawn of
And then-
Worlds.
Yeah, and then once we're done with that, we're gonna go from there to actually like, okay, what kind of rule set do we think would really fit? What do we kind of really want to use? Do we want to, we're all kind of leaning towards a skill-based, class less, level less type system. Doesn't mean we'll end up on that. Here's an example. This past, hi Walter. This past
That's Cooper.
or Cooper. I mean, hi Cooper. This past session, I guess you could say. We introduced humans as a race, and there's a handful of different humans. One of the sub-races of humans I introduced, they have 6 digits, but it's 2 thumbs. Other than that, they're completely human, and they're really good at magic. And partly it's probably because they have the 6 digits. They can, and obviously they're really good at climbing. And they live in, there was when you shape land, there was a great rift on the map, so they live in this great rift, so because they can climb and they're good at magic and they're really good with martial arts. So that was one of the things, one of the players he's introduced. This was early on, the first stage, introduced dwarves. The other player participant introduced elves. We have hobgoblins. They're not your stereotypical hobgoblins, traditional, whatever you want to say it. They're more of the they're kind of like the Mongolian, early Mongols, early Native American, really good at horse breeding and horse riding, and they just hunt and gather. They kind of roam about the plains. And let's see what else. There was some hobbits, some halflings, but they're in the marshes. They're more like swamp hobbits or something. So we're doing little twists on things, and these kingdoms, there's different factions. Oh, there's the one fellow that did elves. He did also a dark elves, but they're not, again, your stereotypical. They sprung up about around in under one of the major volcanoes on the continent, and they're more of like a fire elf kind of, I guess, for a lack of better description, unless I go get the notes and really read deeply.
Lava elves.
Yeah.
They love lava lamps.
Yeah, they're I forget what he named them, something. It's a really good name. It's it's really fitting. Yeah, that's where we're at lightly, without getting too deep, or I'd be here another 2 hours actually getting really into it.
Cinder elves. That's a cool one. Cinder elves.
Yeah, it's something similar to that. Yeah. Yeah, and they're not necessarily evil. It's just they're more underground, and they were near the volcano, and
They like lava lamps.
yeah.
Well, that
Yeah.
sounds pretty cool. So you're using the system to actually generate and create the setting, and then that's kind of an interesting idea. a
Yeah.
system that allows you to do that
Oh, it's
collaboratively.
yes. It's you build the world, the continent. You draw the map together. You sprout you sprout. I guess you could say your races come about. Different races, and then there's different things you can do with the city civilizations. You could advance them. You could have disasters. It's it's a really neat rules light game that you and three, four, five, however many people can get
So,
together and do something.
so is it a game or is it a supplement,
Well, it's
a
somewhat of a
tool?
game. It's somewhat of a game in the sense that every turn, every time it's each participant rolls 2d6 to see how many points they have to spend
Hmm.
in creating something.
Okay.
And again, I could use some of my points to introduce a disaster to what you have created, be it natural, be it a plague, be it if you have spent your points and you have what they call an avatar. It could be a physical being, or it could be a religious concept or a political concept is considered an avatar. Not only could you command those on your turn, I could introduce something to your avatar and say, you know what, like let's say you have dwarves, and the avatar of dwarves, whatever it is, I could say, well, the avatar of the dwarves decides that X begins happening,
Mhm.
even though you created the dwarves and you're the god of the dwarves per se. So you can kind of move things forward historically, plot wise. You can kind of mess with each other. But again, that's why I go back to some of the other players. They weren't invited in on this because it would be, oh, I'm just going to throw a wrench into the gears just to, and not really work together.
There's a card game. I think you could still get it. It was out back in the 90s. And it was published by, I think, Columbia Games. And it's called Once Upon a Time.
I've heard of that.
I bought it at the time when it came out. It's a marvelous game. And it's a collaborative storytelling game. Literally, you use your cards to interrupt each other and to continue the story. Like maybe I introduce the prince with the shiny crown walking forward into the meadow before his people. And then you introduce a card that says, suddenly from the black shadows, there emerges this long-nosed, what are they called? Someone that whispers in the king's ear.
Advisor.
Advisor, just evil looking guy comes up. You introduce him, you describe it, and interject into the story, and it goes around and round like this, and people are creating this story that, I don't know, the way the cards are presented allow you to do certain things, even ending the story. But in the end of the game, you're creating this pretty cool little fairy tale of sorts, and it's
Yeah.
a marvelously fun little game.
Yeah, that could be fun.
You could. I thought of that when you were telling me this. I got
Yeah.
kind of like interjecting and
Mm-hmm. But
changing things a little.
like I said, this will be the world setting. We're gonna then move on to figure out what rule set we'd like to use predominantly, and have our own little adventures and campaigns on.
And there's nothing like playing in your own creation.
Yeah.
Nothing like it. That's awesome. That's what it's all about.
Yep.
So
And
that's
I
pretty
like
cool.
the idea. All of us at the table have our hands in it. We all. It's not just one of those. Well, it was my world. I made it up, and I'll tell you the history when you need to know it.
Mm.
I mean, that's fun. We've all done that.
Mhm.
many, many times. But I like the idea of, for the most part, whatever races we brought about individually as players, we agree, hey, we have purview over these histories, over this, whatever. But especially after this Dawn of Worlds thing is done. Up until then, yeah, we can again, introduce a catastrophe or an avatar or something else with someone else's race to, you know, mold it positively or negatively, in a way. Again, without getting too, just watching the world burn for the sake of watching the world burn. We're not gonna.
Mhm.
That just
It's different. Collaborative world building.
Yep. We did use the Quiet Year. That's a collaborative game. We used that actually before we even started doing the Dawn of Worlds, which is kind of backwards in a way, but not. That's on a smaller scale. It's a collaborative thing about. It's a card game. It uses cards and dice, and well, yeah, it uses cards, dice as counters, and it goes through because it's called the Quiet Year. It goes through all 52 weeks of a year. Which is really neat. We did that. Now that turned out fun. That turned out well. Again, but it's a collaborative type thing. You can still add stuff to hinder or mess with other players, participants, what they have going on. But like I said, I mean, if you want to get gonzo and beer and pretzels with it, you can. Same with Dawn of Worlds. You can, just have a yuck it up round of it. But we're looking for something a little. I don't want to say a little more deep, but a little different for sure.
Well, there you go. That sounds different. My campaign I could speak on because I'm doing it right now. It's just essentially the one for Tales of the Valiant there. I'm setting mine in a pre-existing world of Midgard, as it's known, Kobold Press's Midgard, which they created years ago, and I played in before. So I'm kind of excited to pick up from there. And it's so well detailed. I mean, it's all the gods and the factions and all this culture, history. It's all in there. So it's convenient for me to have that as the backdrop for everything. And it's got some unique quirks to it, like the world is flat. It's no orcs, things like that, which make it unique. So I like that. I like the setting. And what I'm going to do is I'm not working too hard on this. I'm just saying, you know what? I'll actually, when I start off, I'll probably just get something like some modules, which Kobold Press makes a lot of modules like old school days. Remember modules?
Oh yeah. Oh, they cranked out a bunch of them. They still are, I'm sure.
Yeah. And I'll just mix and match and build off a village or something and expand out. I know where it's going to be somewhere. I'm very, very loosey goosey with it. And just go with that. I'm not getting too crazy with the whole thing. It's kind of going to be sandboxy, but I do want to play those modules, just for funsies. So we'll see where it goes. I'm going to be starting off with Jesse and Jake here at the house, and I guess there's some other guy. But anyway, Jesse and Jake playing here at the house. And eventually, shortly after, I'm going to start playing it online for the Sunday crowd. Kyle, maybe Rachel, and we'll see. But I'll eventually be doing that, and then I'll probably get a little bit more serious with where you are on a map and the locations around that area that you can explore and the rumors can lead you to. So it's going to be very much like that. Nothing special about it, really, but not a lot of work involved. That's the important part for me.
Now modules are good for that. Modules are real good for that. I mean, we have. I mean, like for this Dawn of Worlds thing, it's still loosey goosey. Like I don't have any particular name of that race of humans that have the two thumbs. I don't know what they're called. I just, for now, they're human beings, but they have two thumbs. And they're mentally a little off, and they're pretty good at like a dark magic, a darker evil type magic, a little more maybe a bit of an insanity or madness to them. There might be a little bit of King in Yellow aspect, Cthulhu type thing or something. We're still being fairly light with it until we want to, at any time you want to zoom in and focus with like an adventure or short campaign involving said race of humans or elves or dwarves or swamp hobbits or whatever.
Hitchhiker wizards. Hitchhikers. Kadunts. Da 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 da. Do 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 do.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
I'm a little light with mine, but that's because it's convenient.
Yeah.
But that'll be fun. I like to play. My favorite way to play a game, and I've done it so many times. Just grab a little piece of paper and just jot down 5 names, 3 locations, names of villages. Just jot down these just randomly generated things. Even you can use it to come up with them on a single piece of paper, and have an idea for a setting. Like, where does this little event take place? In a tavern or a cavern on the side of a road at midnight? Where have a little description of where it begins, and then get together, sit around, and let me describe the setting, the opening scene. Here you are at this campsite late at night. The fire's crackling, and there's about a half dozen people surrounding you. There's an orc over here, a goblin over there. They're friendly. Well, a bad choice, actually. We'll say there's a human and an elf over here, and a dwarf over there on the stump. And let them interact with it and have some rumors, too. I'd have some rumors and just let it go. Totally improv everything. And see what the players do. Because I don't know about you, Squirrel. To me, role-playing games, what makes them a role-playing game is the fact that the players can do anything. That's what makes it different than any other kind of game out there.
Yeah.
So if you don't have that, what are you really playing?
Yep. Nope.
So
That's good.
A game where you can literally do whatever you want. And there's consequences, of course. Keep that in mind. Oh, I'm going to kill everybody in the camp and then take a gold and run off into the hills. Yeah, you could do that. Let's see what happens. But that's what I really like to do. An improv sessions where players can interact with this setting I've given them. And we could just wing it and go. So a rule system that works great for this type of play is like what? OSE is a good one. Castles and Crusades to some extent, maybe not. Something with a lot of random tables is great. Tales of the Valiant is full of that kind of stuff. And so that's my style of play. I love that. That's my favorite way to play an RPG. Just start off like that. Or even just a one shot. Just to do that would be fun. I love that.
Yep.
Minimalist work.
Yep. That's one of the things I was having fun when we did those 2 little Harn light things.
Yeah. Yep.
I don't even worry about the skills. When you want to do something, roll it up. All right, that's what you got. Now that's the number you got to get under.
Here's something else I'll throw at you, and I probably know your answer to this. one of my favorite parts of being a GM or a DM, whatever you want to call it, is not knowing. You're a player too, right? Well, what makes it fun for you too? One of the aspects that makes it enjoyable for you is what? It's the not knowing what's in the room beyond the door.
Yeah.
It's not knowing what's up ahead or how a NPC reacts.
Yep.
That's why those tables are so awesome in your game, the random stuff, because yeah, well, let's see what he's like, and you're rolling the dice and it's just as surprising for you. And it kind of makes it fun for the GM. And that's what I enjoy for me as a GM. I like to have the random stuff. So what about you? What makes it fun for you as a GM? The tables, charts, randomness, improv, making it up, or do you spend a lot more time pre-session prepping it all out, writing it all out, lots to read, and so on and so forth? Where do you set with that?
I'm maybe it's either 70-30 at times. It depends. I really like the fun, the random, the not knowing, but in between sessions, once something's discovered, all right, where are we going with this? Where can we go with this? How can this turn into an event, or how can we? So you do have to do some crafting after the fact, and some things. I mean, certain obvious. I'm going to say it. Certain obvious uh, actions of the characters are like, really, you expect not to have like the town guard come after you after this. There's certain things that are, but yeah, for a good chunk of it, the not knowing is fun. The randomness is fun, even when it comes to, you go into the tavern and the owner, the tavern keep is and you roll your die, and yeah, he seems to be kind of tearing up. He must have been crying. He's sad about something, and he kind of greets you with a little, hey, how you guys doing? Come on in. And doesn't really seem to say much. And if the players bite, go for it. If they don't, all right. After a little interaction, he seems to shake it off, and you carry on. You move on with something else.
React and act.
Yes.
Let me take care of the cats.
All right, take care of the critters. Yeah, like he was saying, it depends for me on the intent of the adventure. Whether you're reading from a module or something planned out, well, then you're not going to want it to be as random. If you're just getting together on the fly, something like, hey, all right, I got a neat idea, and then boom, you go into it. So it can be at times 70-30. 70%. Sometimes I like it being, completely, and other times 70%. No, there's something that's, this timeline, it's going to happen whether you guys do something about it or not. The world does, the setting does carry on. It lives and breathes. It has a little, it is somewhat grounded. But I try not to overthink it and overdo it. No, not anymore. Don't have that time, don't have that energy. Got other things I could do, I choose to do, and still have as much fun. My planning days are pretty much over. I'm not gonna pour a lot of energy, time, and effort into something that will never get published and never see the table. If it's going to see the table, I'll put some effort and energy to it. But if it's not, I'll put a little, but I'm not going to really pour myself into something that's like, yeah, I got this 13-page write up of this and that, and it never sees the table. Well, then you better clean it up, edit it, and try and get it published or publish it yourself. Otherwise, I'm just not for me.
Yeah. I like the way OSE presents the rules and presents their adventures. A lot of bullet points. That's all you need. Bullet points. Not this
Yeah.
write-up, these write-ups for the NPCs. Because what does that mean? You got this fantastical NPC, a high elf mage that lives in the town, and she's got this 10-paragraph write-up about her backstory, her attitudes towards dwarves or whatever. And what does that mean? You got to read all this stuff and you got to memorize it, hopefully.
Yeah.
To play it right. And that's horrible. What a horrible way to run a game. No wonder people don't want to be a DM or a GM.
Yeah.
Not a big
No,
fan of that.
I agree. It's you can put too much into it and not get enough out of it.
Yeah.
For me anymore. When I was younger and I had all the brain juice and time on my hands, I loved creating that kind of stuff. And there's little bits and pieces of me that still does, but again, there's just a point of if it's not going to see the table, I just why?
Yeah. You create a little bit, just what you need to get the start, a little brief description, and then you just add to it as you need it and make stuff up, whether it's through a random table or just you're improvising right there. You just add the little notes as you need them. And that's enough. That's great. That's what I do. I think most of you guys in the chat do too. Old school. Right?
Yeah. But again, this world building endeavor, we're all having a lot of fun with it. It's really inspiring us. Like I showed you a couple of those sketches, and there's a handful more down in the basement that he's been doing.
Mm-hmm.
And he asked about how do I envision the hobgoblins and height and weight and facial features, and he asked with the other fellow that's participating, his vision of elves and his vision of the humans that he put on the map, and so there's going to be some good artwork coming out of it from him, which will be fun. It'll be nice. One of our best sessions. Yes, the PCs make their way home. Yeah, no, that's always fun. Hey, Granny, you're back. What's up?
Yeah, we've been here a while.
Yes.
We're seeing a lot of second returns here.
That's all right. That's all right. I got nothing but time to blab on a beautiful day.
RPG Grandma says, "Hey, Squirrel, how about those huge multi-page backgrounds DMs are supposed to read? DM cast sleep spell on players from some modules."
Yeah, huge multi-page backgrounds are supposed to read. Yeah, no, sorry. I've always as of late, the past several years, 10 years maybe, if you were to play at our table, my table, and I was the DM, guess what? The only backstory I want from you, if at all, it better not be more than 3 sentences, maybe 4.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna fill it in as we go. We're gonna.
It's like you might die. What are you doing with this big, huge backstory? You might die in the first combat. Just relax, chill.
Well, I think now this goes back to what we were saying earlier, though, about the heroic fantasy with the 5e and all that, and you're supposed to survive and live. I think that might be part of what's the expectation. If you have a big backstory, you're not going to die that easily.
Yeah, it's part of it's part of modern fantasy gaming, so I get it. Some people enjoy that. So I don't want to downplay it.
No, I don't either. Hey, everyone jam. Everyone have their fun. It's
Mhm.
not maybe my particular flavor of fun, but it still doesn't mean I'm not trying to have fun. I mean, someone likes Sprite, someone likes cherry Coke. It's still soda. Still fun. What flavor do you like?
Give the DM a skeleton, Squirrel. The muscle and organs are what gets played at the table. Dungeon Mister.
Yeah, yeah, I agree with that. That's yeah. Let the players and when you have that kind of mindset, even then, it's kind of a collaborative type thing. You know, up until the point of where a conflict needs resolved, and there's dice, whether it's combat or social or a puzzle or whatever. Then the dice roll, and that's adds that other element of surprise and fun.
So what I do, you guys already know what I do. I've said it many times. Is I tell players right from the get go, you know what? Create the bare minimum backstory for your characters. Don't give me no paragraphs of stuff about everything. Really don't, because there's a lot of reasons, but there's a fun reason why. Just create the basics. All right. Leave things unanswered because you know what? We're going to answer those questions. We're going to explore your character as we play. You're
Yes,
leaving yourself all these options, right, Squirrel? By leaving them unanswered. Maybe halfway through the adventure, your character discovers they have a half brother somewhere because it fits the situation and narrative of the situation. That's a little bit of an add to your character backstory while you're playing. That's what I do.
yes. No, that was I don't know if you remember. I kind of touched upon it. It was kind of a fun supposing when we did those two little things of the Harn light uh,
Yep, I
with
remember.
Iron Man's character Shawarma.
Yeah, we discovered a
Like,
lot about our characters, didn't we?
yeah, well, where he rolled up
Shawarma.
his what was it, stealth, sneak, whatever it was. I forget the name of the actual skill using Harn, but uh, and he rolled a 99, and it's like, how the heck can he be that good at the, you know? And it got me thinking after the fact, and I'm like, okay, well, here's the thing we never discovered through play, but my neat thought on that was, okay, yeah, he had a 99 sneak on that because he was wearing his grandfather's sandals. And his grandfather was such an excellent huntsman that that's what imbued those sandals with that extra little sneakiness, a little some kind of
Mhm.
magic or something. And then I was going to have a play on that where he actually got shoes. All right,
Mhm.
well, you're wearing your shoes. He would through play find out his sneak, his stealth, or whatever it was, would drop to actually to where it would be normally through the rules.
Mhm.
So he'd lose 60% on that skill, and he'd have a fun time discovering and figuring that out.
Hmm. Yeah, that's the part of it right there. I like it's fun to discover this stuff as you play. So you don't need a big backstory. I mean, yeah, if that's your style of play for your group, that's fantastic. But yeah, it's a lot of that stuff is probably not even going to come into play at all. I
No,
mean, what are you really doing? I think you're satisfying your own need to create this backstory. Is all you're really doing.
yep,
GM might pull a couple things from that backstory because it fits or can create an adventure, but like Arn said, it's almost like they're creating the backstory to create the adventure. Which, yeah, I guess in one way that could happen, but I don't know. It's kind of pointless to me. It's
yeah,
a lot funner bare bones it
yes,
and
yes,
discover as you go. Cats are going crazy.
yes, yeah. Same here. They're going bonkers inside.
Flip flops of filching. Flip flops of filching.
Yes,
There you go.
Yeah, that was a neat idea. But again, you were there. It was just all on pretty much off the cuff. Just hey, let's do this. Let's here we go. Roll this, roll that. All right. If you needed to use a skill, we didn't go through the whole character creation. I was just all right. Roll your percentile. That's how much. That's how adept you are at that particular skill. That's the number you have to roll under. And we'll explain why later. Let's just keep going. We'll have fun with it.
Mm-hmm. RPG Grandma said something there about the nameless fighter. That's perfect. That
Yeah,
would
there
be
you go.
fun.
Yes, we did. Yeah, oh yeah, we did, Arn. Yeah, no, that's a good one, RPG Granny. Till he earns his name, he's not going to take a name. I like that. Yeah, Arn, we did joke about the sandals, the flip flops.
Flippity floppities, good
Oh,
times.
poor
You know,
shawarma.
you know something else I've discovered since I got back in the hobby 10 years ago or whatever. Because I played a lot of modern games, modern fantasy, a lot of younger folks playing and stuff like that, and a lot of old school too. Had a lot of fun all around. And I come from the old school thing. I have discovered that old school gamers like yourself and me, RPG Grandma, DM Minister, all that, these folks tend to be so much way more creative than most of the modern gamers that I know. They just don't have that creativity. I mean, the most they'll do is a backstory that's unnecessary. But
Yeah,
most of these great ideas and creative ideas, like look at some of the comments in the chat, all these great ideas, that I don't see that with modern gamers. They're not as creative. It's like as if they expect everything to be handed to them and written out for them. Like, depending on your character sheet more than you are your creativity, for example,
yes.
is
The
what's
answer is
going
not
on there.
always. Yeah, the answer is not always on the character sheet. And that's the way I look at it sometimes. The answer is not always on the character sheet.
But I don't want to put down my some of my players, but they're the younger school. They're coming from D&D 3rd edition on up. And man, I run them through an adventure with all kinds of stuff going on. They just don't know what to do. I'm sitting here chomping at the bit. Do this. Look under the table. Poke the bag with the
Yes.
stick. Do something. Don't just walk into a room and say, I want to make a perception check. No, please. Go use some creativity in combat.
No.
Use some creativity as you explore. Don't just look at your stats and your feats and stuff and then decide what to do. Get creative and imaginative. And I told them, I'll reward you with modifiers, or maybe there's no die roll needed when you're looking for that trap because you're describing what you're doing as you look for this maybe a trap. I told them that many times, and it's a challenge because they're new school. They're
Yeah.
not used to this.
Well, one of the things I've heard
Hmm.
folks say, and I've done it almost always, but one of the participants at the table, what we're doing now, he runs a couple different sessions, some 5e and I think 3.5 stuff. And what he's been doing, he's seen it on videos and taken a cue from myself. The players don't, when it comes to like skills, I'm going to search or I'm going to roll a perception. They do not roll that die unless the DM says, I need you to roll me a perception.
Mm-hmm.
You're not telling the DM when you're going to roll the dice. The DM is telling you when you're going to roll the dice. So if you walk into the room and say, yeah, I'm going to make a perception check to find, no, you're not. I didn't ask for one. Tell me what you're doing. What is your character doing? And then, depending on how well you described or how well you went through whatever it was, then the DM might say, all right, you looked under the couch, you looked under the chair, under the table, and you flipped over the desk. Ah, there's where that key was hidden. It was taped to the underside of the desk. You didn't need to make a perception check.
Mm-hmm. This is the stuff that I'm challenged with, trying to teach my newer players. Just that fact. Get
Yeah.
your eyes
So
off the sheet.
yeah, food for thought though. Just approach a scene, a scenario, a situation like that. Just tell them flat out. Say, "Oh, I'm going to roll a perception to see if I find." Tell them right out the gate. Say, "No, no, 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 no. Explain to me what you're doing."
Oh, I get mad. I've had a few people like Byron, really good friend. I love the guy. Never played an RPG in his life. He's got some ideas. He's more of a war gamer.
Yeah.
His first game sessions were so annoying to me because he was one of those players that would say, "Okay, I make a perception check," and he would roll the dice. Now, wait a minute. You don't do it. Doesn't work that way. And I had to yell at him a few times, like, "No, you don't do it that way. You tell me what you're doing, and I will decide what happens and if you need to roll a dice or not." And he never got that. And it took a while. So annoying. Good old Byron.
Yeah.
He knows
He's
better
learning.
now.
Bless his heart, he's learning. But yeah, that's one of the cues that he took off and he started doing with his the other two groups, because one of the groups I know is he DMs for his daughters and her friends. So they're 15, 16-year olds, and he's been doing it for a few years, so 13 on up. And he's been instilling that method with them in playing. And um, the other group he plays and DMs with, I have as well for years, but this was years ago. And players, those folks were the whole. I walk into the, okay, I open the door and I make a perception check. No, no, you do not. 5e, the passive perception. How'd my passive perception go? Did I notice anything? No, that's not how it works on my end of the table. And because I'm the DM, that's not how it's going to end up on your end of the table.
Mm-hmm. But you know what, Squirrel? I know we criticize a lot these mechanics and the modern game, and I'll say it again. I'm at a stage now where it's just you have to see it as a different way of playing, because I'll be honest with you, I've played Pathfinder to death, and it is very much this kind of game. It's a very mechanical game, it's a very tactical game,
Yep.
and there is a certain joy in playing that way. I will
Oh yeah.
admit, I do enjoy playing, and Packmaster can get very much like that,
Yes.
where you have skill systems and everything else. It's a different way to play. A lot of OSR players don't like that. They like the more simpler, rules light approach, and you describe to me what's happening. We don't need a skill system, and I love that. But there's a certain funness to the other way too. It's like a board game that has role playing aspects, to be honest with you. And if you like that type of thing, like I do, I like board games. You might like something like Pathfinder. So, I don't feel I want to hammer the game systems over their heads and say that's not the way to play. I'm not doing that.
Mm-mm.
It's just a different way to do it. And some people love it. They really do. And that's okay.
Yeah. Well, like Iron Man says, I hate where the GM says, "You open the chest and I'll tell me what you see." The characters are expected to describe what they
Yeah.
see to create what's in the chest.
That's
Yeah, that's in a high trust type game.
mm-hmm.
That's something where you have the trust in of the player that he's not gonna. Oh, I see an emerald the size of my fist and a dagger that's radiating powerful magic, and because they're just doing that to win.
Yeah. Got to tread lightly with that player agency stuff.
Yeah.
A
But
little bit here and there at times where it's insignificant. Like you look behind the bush, what do you see? Now, come on, you're not going to tell me that you find a big chest full of gold and magical items. It's going to be something simple.
yeah,
And I think as you know your players, the better you get to know them as you play, they know this. You know that. You can trust each other. Like you mentioned, trust is a big deal when it comes to player agency. You can allow that, here and there, right? I've done it.
Yeah.
And it's kind of fun. But
yeah, and that's it's something like that. You do that, in my opinion. You do that sparingly,
agreed.
very very sparse, very sparingly. Anyways, I wouldn't. Players have to describe everything, or the majority of what they see, or what that goes along the
Yeah.
line of, okay, you're in a bar, you're in a bar fight. Now the DM didn't describe and specifically say that there was a flagon of ale on the bar, right? But it's okay, in my mind, it's fair that for the player to assume when he says, I'm going to grab a flagon of ale and smash the guy over the head with it, there's probably one on the bar. Just because I said it wasn't there doesn't mean it wasn't there. You know what I mean? Like there's
Consequences.
it's you know the players decide to killing blows. Yep. Oh no, that's always fun to do. And you got your youngins and your wifey involved, so that fosters you know the imagination and the participation and the even though there isn't a definite DM and players, it's still a little bit of cooperation, a little collaboration. Yes, RPG grandma, they're definitely there's definitely a balance, and it's usually, I would say confidently, a bit different at every table, but most of them are in the wheelhouse. Some tables are more on one end than the others.
They're
Other
all
ta-
different.
but they're I'm confident the majority of them are in the wheelhouse of one another. Some might have a little more on this end or a little more on that end, but you're kind of still in that, and where there's those outliers that are way over here or way over here.
So let me ask a question here for you, Squirrel, and everybody else in the chat as well. This is for you, Arn Man, and I kind of know your answer. I know you can answer. Dungeon Minister and RPG Grandma. Do you guys, I'm assuming you all have regular players. You have a regular group that you play with, whether it's online or off. There's a regular bunch of folks who you've played with for quite some time, and you know each other. You're probably friends or family, and this is your regular group. You've been doing this for a long time. Or is there a lot of playing with strangers at stores and conventions going on in your life? What's the balance between those two for you, Squirrel? Kind of know, but go ahead and answer that one.
Yeah, mine is mostly folks I've known for quite some time. And then I go to GaryCon once a year, so it's strangers. And some people I've gotten to know over the years that I see at GaryCon. I've seen at GaryCon repeatedly. But yeah, the only real stranger interaction time is when I go to GaryCon so far. And then the longtime people I've known here at home, locally.
3 regular groups, says Dungeon Minister. But I think we'd all agree that the best, funnest is the one playing with your regular group. You all know each other. There's none of this safety tools and X cards because you're playing with strangers, which I can understand if you're playing with strangers in this day and age, although I don't use them regardless. But still,
Same.
there's a different vibe. And when you're playing with your friends and family, a regular group, I mean, man, that is magic. That's what it's all about. It's special. You kind of got to gatekeep it. You know, you gotta make sure people fit the vibe at the table.
You've got to vet for sure.
Mm-hmm.
For sure.
And there's some people, Squirrel. There's some people that they're the opposite. They play normally with strangers at stores and conventions. They might know somebody at the table, but it's not much. A lot of acquaintance stuff. And I don't think these games were ever intended to be played that way, honestly. I mean, you can, and they did. Who remembers the tournaments of AD&D back in the day?
Yeah. I mean,
But
those times were different too.
yeah, they were. Different culture.
Yeah. They were different. They were way, way different.
My
Even though it
family
wasn't-
group is the best, says Dungeon Minister.
Yeah. I can see why, buddy. I could. They was a group of longtime friends. I play with them. That's nice, Bastille. Good. The Cabin Con. I like it. I'll be right back.
All right. Yeah, but I could never understand that. I mean, the best games you'll play are with your family. And friends, people you know. And because you're playing with folks like that, you don't need all these safety tools. I'll mention that again. I really think those safety tools and stuff, they're basically a result of all the strangers playing with each other at cons. And of course, the culture situation we're in today, which I won't get into, but you know what I mean. So there's a need for this stuff when actually there isn't. You know, it's only because of the stranger element and the culture combination. Anyway, my favorite way to play is always with my family and friends, people you know. Like, say one of your players is literally got a legit phobia to spiders. I mean, oh my gosh, don't talk about spiders around the DM minister. He's going to lose his, you know. I got to be careful with that. Even though I love giant spiders and driders and drow adventures, gotta have my spiders in there. But I know this, you know. I know the DM minister. We hang out, we chill. We've been playing together for years. You know this already. You know when to push the buttons and when to let go and what not to do. You don't need all these safety tools, you know, because you're friends. So it's like that. That's the way these games are meant to be played anyway, right? That's the way I see it anyway. Went up at the cabin. I have a ranger training, which means I make the nephews help me clean up dead trees and chop wood. That's immersion, baby. That's immersion. Iron Man says ongoing games create a good group, or else it wouldn't last long. I usually have great games at cons, and then I only play old school. Do you play with a lot of the same people when you go to those cons, Iron Man? Or is it always just a new crew? I mean, it's a different vibe when you're playing with strangers. I've only done that a few times at a game store. I don't know. You get to know these people over time, though. That's the thing. It's different. I have a player afraid of spiders in my FLGS game, says the Dungeon Minister. I found out that when I dropped a bunch of rubber spiders. Yeah, isn't that awesome? I mean, normally my attitude is, hey, it's my game. I'm the GM. I'm creating it. If you don't like it, you don't have to play in it. It's okay. I'm not going to change anything to suit anyone's needs. That's the way I do it. That's pretty much old school. Not everybody does that, but I do that. And but still, even then, if one of my friends is like got a phobia for spiders and stuff, I know when not to push it. Just because
Agreed.
it's a real world thing, you know?
Absolutely
I-
agree. Yeah, there's certain lines, certain limits amongst friends and strangers, but yeah, for the most part, my table, my game, my campaign.
Yeah. Yeah. My game, my campaign. I know there's a lot of games that write up in their descriptions and how to play and stuff. They're games that talk about it's a collaborative thing. And the session zero, and let's make sure we know what we're going to do here and what not to do, and we don't want to push limits and stuff. I'm not a big fan of session zeros. They're useful as a tool to let everybody know what's to expect and create characters and provide synergy between characters, but that's it. you know um
Yeah.
what's your thoughts on session zeros, Squirrel?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right. For some reason the camera isn't working. That's all right. Session zeros. Session zero. What? Everyone gets together and creates a character together.
I guess.
That's okay. I don't think we called it back in the day. We just called that starting a campaign, starting an adventure, starting a module. We don't have any characters. Let's get together and roll up some characters together.
Well, I think with the modern take on it with the session zero, it's a little bit more involving. For one thing, there's the safety tools issue, which I won't go into.
Yeah.
But there's the idea that when you get together, you collaborate to create your setting and the adventures that you're going to be playing, essentially. Like, I like more combat. I want this and that. Or, oh, I hate puzzles. Let's make sure we don't have any puzzles. There's a lot of that going on, which is useful for adventures. But as far as the campaign setting itself, the GM would probably describe the tone and what to expect. That wouldn't be collaborative. I wouldn't allow that.
Yeah.
But I think that's what a session zero really is in modern terms. That's kind of the way I do it. Like, what to expect. Ask your players what they expect from the game and want to get out of it. Because it kind of helps me tailor encounters and adventures. Like, maybe they all love combat, so I'm not going to put any puzzles in the thing. Probably we'll focus on combat. That's okay. I guess that's what you would get out of a session zero.
Yeah, that's I think is one of the, besides the safety crap. I think that was one of the points of the session zero concept was, yeah, what are we looking for? Do we want to do a horror type game? Do we want to do puzzles, combat, a little bit of both, high magic, low magic, that kind of thing? Which, I mean, that's not a bad idea if you're starting off something new, even with longtime players and friends. I mean, you might not, as a GM, really enjoy creating or running a horror themed game. But Fred, a longtime player, he's dabbled at DMing and he really likes horror stuff. Well, if that's been discussed, why not give him a chance why not let him say, you know what, Fred, you like this horror kind of stuff. You seem to have a knack for it. Why not try and run a few sessions? Why not try a module? So, in a way, that could lead to something, different, or someone trying something out.
I hear your cats.
Yes. Now it's the little Tuck and Mom, Cuz. We call her cousin.
Mm.
If he gets all yippy, she gets all worried and yippy, and he wants to play. He wants to go inside. He'll if we open this door to the porch, he zips right in and I mean runs full sprint deep into the house to find the other cats, and they all freak out. They hiss at him and swat at him, and he's like, "Oh, so we're playing?" Being innocent kitten. It's cute. But yeah, that could be one of the benefits of having a session zero, and that would give you a chance to play and take a break.
I did a session zero with my Sunday group the first time we got together because I kind of had to because we were all strangers. I
Yeah,
got my players off Facebook, and
if
it
you're
was,
if you're strangers, you should. I suggest it. That way you get a feel before you jump into waters where you might not want to tread.
or even
Accidentally, you
if,
might come across as being,
yeah,
uh, ignorant or abrasive or whatever. I'm searching for a proper term, but you might, who is this jerk? Well, I didn't know. We didn't talk about a few things. We didn't touch upon a few things. Can't read your mind, maybe in the game, but not here at the table. Like, I don't know.
mhm. So I guess the session zero thing, because some people don't believe in it. They don't do it. They don't do session zeros. I don't know how they play without one, but you kind of need it to at least set the tone, create characters, create some synergy between the characters, come up with a reason you guys are together maybe, and to talk about what to expect and what they want from the game sessions. At least that's really useful stuff actually when you're starting a campaign.
Yes.
So yeah, it makes sense. I did that once a long time ago with my group in the campaign. It lasted 4 years, so it makes sense to me. Uh,
Yeah, taking turns as DMs in the past. Yeah, RBG Grandma. That can be. It can be fun. That's what we're doing with this experiment, this endeavor. With this co-creating this setting,
mhm.
this world, continent, whatever. We're all going to take our turns because we've all ran before. We're all fairly seasoned DMs, so it'll give each of us a chance to actually play a character and take a little breather, a breath, and have some fun in a little bit of a different style. And with that, because we're collaboratively co-creating these kingdoms and these different areas of this setting, we can, if we choose, run some adventures or a small short campaign in the region or in the area that each of us individually has put into in that co-creation. So they get to develop the world story, the setting more themselves through play.
Mhm.
Which I think we'll have a lot of fun with it.
You're kind of doing a session zero now. It's really what you're doing. You're creating the world.
Mm-hmm. Elongated session zero.
Yeah. And then you're going to figure out the rules you're going to use. And
Yep, exactly. Hey, you two be nice. They're whomping on each other.
uh,
Where are they?
there they are, the mischief makers. Oh,
Boom.
oh, look at that.
She's like, I am annoyed.
Yeah. He's a feisty one.
He
Did
says,
he?
I'm not done with you.
That's great.
Yeah. So. Whoa. Good.
Getting wild. Holy smokes.
Yes, that's the mother. She's getting annoyed.
That's
It's all right. They're being nice. No one's bleeding, so let them play. Yeah, assistant. Yeah, assistant DM. We did that years and years ago when we had larger tables back in the AD&D days. There was, I remember one fella. He was a DM. He was older than us. His Brady. Yeah, that's what we called him. I don't know if that was his last name or real name, but Brady. He would have a table of 12, 13, 15 players.
wow.
So there was always an assistant that helped keep things moving, that kept track of things and made notes of things and stuff. Which it helped. It worked out great.
When you guys get together to play, your group, your home group, how much of it is and again, it's different for every group, of course, but how much of the role play acting, if you will, do the players do in their game compared to, say, just sitting there rolling the dice and almost third person stuff, you know? How much do the players really get into the acting and role playing stuff for their characters?
We lean into it. We're more of the, if the DM asks for a roll, then we'll roll. But until then, we're gonna lean into it, describe without getting overly descriptive. You know, there's that line. The one fella, he put words to it the best. I'll send you I might have sent it to you already in Discord through message. The one fella, he's got a channel. I catch him every now and again. What's his channel? Better with Bacon.
Oh yeah, I've
Yeah.
subbed to him. I watch him.
Yeah. Well, the one I'll send you the one so you can watch it or rewatch it. He does it. He articulates it very well.
He does.
And it was I think the title of the particular show was if you don't say it, it doesn't exist.
I think I saw that one. Is that the one you sent me?
Yes. He says it very well.
I shared that video with a few of my younger players, actually.
Yes.
That was
And
really good.
Yeah, RPG Grandma. If you got a pencil and paper, if you haven't seen it, it's the YouTube channel Better with Bacon. And
Small channel, but he's good.
yes, the title of the show is If You Don't Say It, It Doesn't Exist. It's like a 10-minute, 14-minute little thing. And it's worth the watch because he puts it to words better than I have, and unless I repeat them verbatim, it's spot on. And that's what we try and do. That's what we lean into.
Better with Bacon.
Better with Bacon. And the name of the actual show that I'm referring to is titled If You Don't Say It, It Doesn't Exist. He puts it, he hits it. He hits the bullseye with how he describes a method of play.
Have you ever watched Critical Role?
Snippets. I've never watched an entire episode. Never.
I've watched a lot of Critical Role. and it's good. It's entertaining. You get to know these voice actor people, and it's good. It's a different way of playing, in a way, because they're voice actors. So there's a lot of, they get into character and they role play with each other, and it's, that kind of thing. I was curious how much into that side of it you get with your group, if at all, because some people don't do that. They just can't do it. I do.
Yeah, we do that. Not as intense as Critical Role does, because I've seen some of it. I don't think I've watched an entire episode all the way through, but I've seen enough. I know of them, about them. Um, we lean into it for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, one of the better moments at the table recently, in the past year or 2 years, we were doing our OSC uh, campaign, I guess you could call it. Um, the one player that's involved in currently what's going on, he had a magic user, and he was from a small hamlet on the map. I told him, where do you want this guy to be from? He pointed on the map. I said, okay, there's the small hamlet, blah, blah, blah. I says, if you have a name, that's cool. If not, we'll figure it out. Uh-oh. All right.
See you, Grandma.
You stay awesome too, Granny. Love ya. Be safe out there. And we did some adventures and whatever. Well, this magic user, he ended up dying. I mean, it was OSE, so lethality through the roof. And he was first level, maybe second level. Well, he rolled up some characters. He rolled up 2 of them. And he said they're brothers. One's a year or 2 older. They're within age range. Okay, cool. And I asked him, I said, so why are they here? Why are they at the keep right now? What do you have any ideas? He says, oh yeah, they're from the same village that this wizard was from. They're here looking for that wizard. I says, oh, okay, why? He goes, well, because he squelched on a dowry. He was supposed to marry our sister, and he run off, and this is the last place we heard of him being, and we want to try and track him down. Either drag him back kicking and screaming to marry our sister, or hand over that dowry, and we'll go home. Now that's awesome. To me, that was like, that's great. I didn't have to give you, some story of why you're here. You gave it to us. You gave it to me. You participated. And, they didn't know he was dead, because actually the wizard and the entire party was killed. So all they had was rumors. It wasn't like the other players, their characters were survivors. They knew, oh yeah, he's dead. They had no clue either. So that was really cool. That was neat. That's the kind of stuff that we like. That we, you can input a little bit. You can give us something to.
Does any of your players get into the acting side of it, though? I mean, go into their character's voice, like, oh, well, how are you doing, Iron Man, my friend? It's been a long time. And I walk up to him and I pull out this sack of coins. Iron Man, please tell me, take a seat at the table. Will you entertain me with some stories of your journey? And then Iron Man, the player, kicks in, and maybe he says, well, sure, Fritz, I will take this seat gladly. And I pull my seat out and sit down. First, there was a long trail that we followed. That kind of role play. Does any of your players do that? Acting, essentially.
Yeah, to a degree. Yeah.
To a degree.
Yeah. They don't.
Sorry,
I try not to prod them as a DM. Like push them along. It's up to them to move it along.
Mm-hmm.
I'm here in a sense of the old school term, the referee, the arbitrator. I might have a general loose plot story, maybe, but where they go with it, how they go, it's that ends up creating more than usually what I've put together.
I will admit though that the acting side of it, especially if you watch playthroughs on YouTube, it's annoying. It's annoying because some of these people, they're just acting. It's like theater kids.
It can be overdone, yes.
And it does get a little annoying. Some people, like in my group, they want to engage with the rules. They want to engage with some die rolls. Like Jesse, my nephew, he's very much into the game side of it, but he loves to role play. And I think the one player that was playing with us, the way he worded it, his style of play, what he preferred was that he wants to engage with the rules and the depth of Pathfinder, but he wants to role play like targeted, like where it's fitting, where it's most meaningful to role play. You don't sit there and role play and act the whole time, like on
No.
Critical Role, but which, yeah, that kind of makes sense. I think most people are kind of like that. I was just curious where your player group is regarding the acting and the role playing. I call it role playing is what it is, but it's acting. Like when I was playing with you in Iron Man, I was very much into my character and I was speaking in the character's voice all the time. Iron Man, I know for a fact, he's not as much into that. He's more of the third person, just describing what his character does.
Mm-hmm.
But he acted a little bit too.
Yeah.
For fun effect. But
yeah, which is you're there, you're participating, so you can't begrudge someone for their particular style unless it's over the board, over top, one way or the other.
Yeah.
Then it might be like, hey, but no, we try. It's I'd say 60% of the time, at least, we endeavor to remain in character, whether we have a voice of our character or not. We remain in character, try and remain in that immersion, in that, we're in the world, we're seeing what we're seeing. We know only what the character knows. We try and really push that whole metagame stuff to the side as often as possible. Outside of if we're learning all together, learning a new set of rules, then we might go, wait, how did we do this again? And we might have to, look something up. Or
are we playing a game?
Yeah, make a quick call on the fly and be like, all right, does this sound right? Okay, we'll look it up later. A lot of times when we've been learning new systems, I'll just do all right, well, we don't know how that'll work exactly. There's probably roll 3 out of 6. You do it. Okay. And then we go, or 4 out of 6, or, whatever.
Iron Man has seen some of my live plays with when we played our campaign. He knows what I'm talking about. But one of the things I did with my session 0 was I asked my players this same kind of question. What kind of player are you? How much into role playing are you? Or are you more of a third person, describe and move on and engage with the rules? Where are you? Because it's actually really, really important to know that. Because once you know that as the GM, all right, these players like to get into their character and role play. I'll tell you right now, those players are going to drag the session on and on and on. There probably won't even be any dice rolled. They're just going to be this acting, and it's going to go on forever. Yeah. And if you've got players in there that don't like that, like Jesse, he's going to get bored. And in some sessions, I had this happen where Jesse He literally walked away from the rest of the party while they were shopping and role playing. He just wanted to get to the dungeon and do some sword play. So he left the group and started heading to the dungeon by himself. At one point, he actually left the session. The player left the session because it was too boring to him.
Like, come on, guys, get this. Let's get on. Let's get moving. Yeah, there's a line.
It's good to know, though, as a GM, because then you know I can either sit back and let them role play for 15, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, or you can rush things along and let's move this forward because, we've got other players here to move forward with. So it's kind of important to know that with your players, whether they're into that role play, acting. I mean, it is a game we're playing. I can understand. Some people, though, boy, they sit there and the whole session is just acting. There's no game. It doesn't feel like a game at all. That annoys me.
Yeah, over blabbery. Yeah, over blabbery. Well, hey, all right, enough of this thespian kind of crap. Let's go. Well, I mean, plus we're only here for so much time at the table. Like, let's kind of get things moving, keep it going.
I don't know. I thought that's interesting to me. I thought I'd ask it.
Yeah. No, that's definitely a question worth questioning, worth bringing up.
Well, when I was playing with you and Ironman, for instance, I remember it, and I was getting into my character and doing a lot of voice acting, I guess we could call it. I was role playing it. As a GM, if you're not ready for that, you might not know how to. If that's not normal in your games, you might not know how to handle that. I mean, do you let this role playing go on or what? So I asked you, what does your normal group do this? Do you guys do that? So you know what I'm talking about and you know how to handle it and stuff. But
yeah, we know how when we kind of understand when enough is enough, like let's not overdo it. Let's not, again, I'll touch back with that better with bacon bit, you can describe, I pull back my bow, take sight, take aim, feeling the tension on the string, and I let loose the arrow fly towards the orc's shoulder. Okay, that's it. You don't
let me use another example as opposed to just the descriptive narrative that you're talking about. Like in a session that I would have, I'll describe this setting and I can't think of the characters' names. The gnome was laying down in bed, and I'm describing how the sun rays are coming through the light and it's hitting her and waking her up. And as her eyes open, there on the table is a little box. And in the box, a pair of eyes rise up, and it's her little mouse friend. And it greets her. So I get into this narrative and describing it. And then I describe, she hears a thump in the ceiling, and down from the stairs comes another character. I introduce another character to the scene. In this case, it's Sheppy, the goblin. And then I would say something like, "Oh, so gnome, what do you say? What do you respond?" And then all of a sudden, the gnome goes into her voice and starts role playing. "Oh, Sheppy, what were you doing?" She's acting. And then Sheppy, the other player, he starts acting. And all of a sudden, this banter between the characters, not the players, the characters goes on for 5, 10, 15 minutes. And they're talking about stuff that maybe has nothing to do with the adventure. Maybe it has to do with their backstory. They're developing their characters, personalities, whatever. They're getting to know each other as characters, but it goes on and on and on. And I could just sit there and let it happen if that's what the table likes to do. But if there's people that don't, I got to kind of intersperse it and keep the pace of the game going. You got to control the pace as is appropriate for the table. That's what I'm talking about. This interacting, especially when it has nothing to do with the adventure in the evening. Do you let it go on? Do your players do that a lot? or occasionally or never. That's kind of what I was aiming at for folks. That acting
Yeah,
side.
the players that I have now, I've had for some time, they kind of know themselves when to call it. I mean, when I had a larger table of players
Jeez.
and it got into that type of interaction, what I would do as a DM, I had an egg timer, it's a little hourglass, and it would before the sands were empty per se. I timed it 5, 6 different times before I would do this, and I knew it lasted 2 minutes and 35 seconds. So when it got into that, after maybe the first minute, because there were other players and some of them just wanted to roll the dice and let's get to where we're going and let's get to the action. But these other players wanted to, do their thing. I'd just set the egg timer up and they would kind of see it and they would know, all right. They would know, they would see that cue and know, all right, we got a couple minutes here and we got to move on because there's 8 more people around this table.
Yeah. With a big group, you probably need an egg timer for that, or it will drag on.
Well, the neighbor's mowing the lawn. It won't take them long. It's a small lawn.
They're mowing the lawn. Oh God. So that was my take on the role play at the table. I usually let my players go because they in general like to do that. I do too. It's just, even if it has nothing to do with the adventure, it's still fun to role play your characters and learn about them and have fun. So that's the thing.
When you have a smaller table, you have more time to manage, so you can allow it to go. Like I said, when I had a larger table, it was like, all right, you got like you guys, we're having fun here, but there's a couple of these people they could give a shit less about this, so let's not eat up their time.
Yeah, you kind of have to do that. Yikes! Big Small Worlds is here.
He's back. Hey, buddy. Yeah, we're still blabbing. It's a blabathon, I guess.
Yeah, we talked about some good stuff. Big Small.
Yeah, you have to go back and rewatch some of it from when you left off. You'll see.
Guy mowing his lawn in the background.
Yep.
The outdoors, live. I love it. I'll have to do some of those outdoors myself. I have to figure out where I'd put the camera.
Their lawn literally is just a devil strip and a small patch. And he's done.
See if he hits a big rock.
He's done. He was on someone hired someone to come do it, so they're on one of them big 0 turns. He made 2 passes.
Yeah.
Done.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have this little piece of here in town.
Will he come out? Will he come out with the blower now?
No.
No blower?
No, like I said, it's literally just a little devil strip. It's maybe not even 3 foot wide between the sidewalk and the curb. We don't really have lawns where we're at least this little piece in town.
My neighbor across the street, it's my cousin's house. They sold it. It used to be a horse ranch. It's all lawn now. Beautiful. And there's a guy they hired to come in. They have 2 0 turns and a whole bunch of them. And they come like 3 times a week to mow the freaking lawn. It's huge. It's about an acre and a half that they're mowing.
That's big.
And it takes them about 3 days. One day they'll come in and mow the top. The next day they're mowing the bottom. The third day they're weed whacking. It's just so annoying. And I was in this business, but it's so annoying to me because, geez, it's like it's late morning, early afternoon, and you're still over there with these engines running and just killing the silence, breaking my vibe. It's starting to annoy me. I'm going to get violent. I'm telling you. Yeah, it's a big freaking lawn he's got. 3 days.
Yeah, that's a bit much. Oh, here comes the weed whacker. Maybe they're doing a little edging. I don't know.
Yeah. And then they should break out the blower. If they're professional, they got to break out the blower.
I guess
Wow.
the only thing they can do is blow it onto the street.
Yeah, exactly. I could mow my lawn that fast if I had a 35-foot wide mower deck.
Yeah, at the old farmhouse, we had a nice little chunk
I bet you did.
to do, but my son loved doing it. I had one of those just a walk behind, but it was the motorized walk behind, so you didn't really have to push it. You just kind of had to walk with it.
Mm-hmm. Walk behind.
He loved it.
We still got ours. It's a 3-foot cut skag,
There you go.
but it's got to get new tires on it. Yeah, they're self-propelled basically. You just you push the forward the on thing basically, and it pulls it forward, and it's a big 4-foot cut. And yeah, that's you
They're
could go into
nice.
business with one of those.
Yeah, they're nice. Sure beats the old ones where you actually had to push it.
Yeah. They're built like tanks.
I
Those
know they
0
are.
turns, the commercial grade. Oh,
Oh,
my
those
gosh.
ones are.
You could take a tree down with one of those.
Yeah.
Good times.
So yeah, we lean into it a bit, and now that there's just the 3 of us, we'll lean into that aspect a little more because again, it's just 3 of us.
Yeah, that's a good time to do it.
You know.
2 or 3 players. I mean, that's ripe for some deep role playing and immersion into your characters. Those are great sessions. I love those.
Yep, that's part of the reason why I cut it back to do this. It was, as I said before, some of the players would be a little more. It's just their personality, how they are, their nature. They'd be a little more bratty.
The hell was that?
Air horn. I don't know. Somebody blew.
Buster the Clown arrived. Hey, everybody. Yeah, I get it.
So, yeah, we're having a good time. We're going to have a real good time. That map's pretty nice. It's not, by no means is it done. It's very, very rough.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very rough. It's actually pretty big one.
Yeah, it is.
But we'll refine it. You know, we'll put some ink to it, put some color to it, you know, really make it something nice to look at.
Good. You can hang that on your wall.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I will. We'll get it up there. And we all took part in drawing different parts of the map, filling it out as per the Dawn of the Worlds prescribes. You know, you just start with a little outlying edge, and then everyone makes a landmass however they want, and then you go in filling it in from there.
Yeah. So it's a game.
Yeah,
It's like
it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah, download it, look it up, man. You it's something fun to do.
Give me the name of it again. Let me get my pencil. Oh. Dawn. Well, it's Dawn of Worlds.
Yep, that's it.
Drive through?
You know what? I didn't get it from drive-through. I just Googled it, looked it up, and boom, said PDF here, free. And like I said, the people that put it out, they intentionally made it free. They wanted it to be free. Yeah, I there's some version, whatever, but I just did the original version. Here's what it looks like. Let me get this up here. The cover says Legends presents Dawn of Worlds, and it's got a real light map. You can't really see it on my e-reader or whatever. First edition, July 2005.
Mm-hmm. That's going back.
Yeah. It's a cooperative system for creating fantasy worlds. And it goes through some examples of play. Then each player keep track of his or her own level of power. It's easy. Just roll 2d6. That's what you start off with for your turn. Any points that aren't spent on your first go around, your first turn, you save and you get +1. And then you get another 2d6 die roll to add to that pool. So the first age, if you want to shape land, and it's suggested at about 1 inch on the map that you want to shape, it's like a 1 inch square, on the map. It only costs 3 points. So you can raise forest, marsh, mountains, hills, desert, whatever. But the second age, it costs you 5 points. The third age, it costs you 8 points. So as you go through the different ages, certain things, you're going to want to spend points on different things. Like create a race in the first age costs 22 points. That's a lot. But on the second age, it only costs you 6 points. On the third age, it costs you 15 points. So there's certain times you want to do certain things. And there's a nice little list of different things each of the gods, each of the players can do in their turn, spend their points, accumulate them. It's a neat endeavor, something neat to do with a handful of players that, like I said, aren't going to just throw a monkey wrench into the gears just for the sake of seeing things messed up.
I got my avatar in place.
There you go. Yeah, I don't have one on here yet. I'll have to get one. Get the 3-headed, the big bird hydra.
Yeah.
That's a fun one.
Mm-hmm. You're almost done with those guys, right? The knights?
Yes. I'm just doing some small details, trying to stop myself from doing my OCD overdoing it. And
Staring into the black.
yes, fighting, making my saving throws.
Living on the edge, brother. That's what that is. Got to be careful with that stuff. Cripes. It's unsettling, that paint. I'm telling you.
Yeah. It is the darkness.
So you're going to be having your game pretty soon, having it all set up. Now you're going to do that with Harn World, Harn Master. How is that going to fit into your plans? Because you got this campaign you're working on now, which it sounds like it's going to be something different from what you were planning with Harn. What's
Well,
going on with that?
well, that's probably gonna be. It's looking like we're leaning towards using Harnmaster for the rule set for this. So, and then the Barons War, we all agree for playing out any other scenes, any major skirmishes or battles, we'll use that. Between different factions of the same race, same kingdom, or two different opposing, kingdoms.
You could just play it for funsies.
Yeah. Oh, we're going to
It's-
do that for sure. That's going to be
Yeah.
period.
Play some, what is it called? Barons War. Play some Barons War. You're a war gamer now. You got your
Yep.
armies.
Yep.
I would love it if all of a sudden you played it in a historical context and said, "Oh, here's Prince Edward leading this faction over here, and Simon de Montfort on the other side, squaring off against him, literally playing the Barons' War, a battle."
Yep. Yep.
That would
Oh,
be
I'm
cool
sure.
to see from you.
Yeah, I'm sure we will. I'm sure because the one fella that's involved in this, he's really interested in it, and he wouldn't care if we did the actual historical, aspect of it at all. He wouldn't care one bit. So I'm sure we will, just for fun.
Is history interesting to you? I mean, is it something new? Because you don't war game historical stuff. I know that. Is
No,
it you
it's
just don't
not.
care for it?
It's never been a big interest. It's interesting, but it's not a passion, not anything. Now, my son would really like that kind of stuff. He loves history.
Yeah.
Loves it. He's a real big history buff. Real. I mean, he's finished. What did he finish reading? I don't know how many Marcus Aurelius writings, collections of his writings are out, but he's finished 2 or 3 of them.
So he's into it then.
Oh yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, he's really into it. So I'm gonna one of these days drag him to the basement, kicking and screaming, going, "Sit down! We're gonna do some Barons War."
Yeah, he might actually like that.
I think he would.
Does he know much about historical miniatures wargaming? Does he know
No.
people do that stuff?
He's aware of it. Yeah, he's seen it at GaryCon. They have a whole
know.
room set up just for that.
So he knows.
And we played. What did we play together? We sat in on a Fight in the Skies,
Okay.
the World War One. It wasn't.
Dogfights.
I don't think it was the TSR one. It was the other one.
Avalon Hill?
I think that's the one it was. Or it might have been TSR, not Avalon Hill. It was one of the two. I forget. And the guy that actually wrote it up was there, and he's one of the moderators because they had a full table.
I bet.
So luckily he had a co-moderator hovering around the table and 2 other people that were players. They knew the rules really well, so they kind of divvied about us folks that had no clue about the rules. It went well. It was one of the funner games we played at the con this past year.
There's a lot of fantasy games too. You'd probably like more. Fantasy wargaming is a thing.
Yes.
You'd probably like that more. And like Warhammer, we're always talking about Warhammer fantasy battles. That's an example. You never got into that, but yeah,
No,
it's
but
one.
that's one of them. There's what was the other one Osprey put out that you told me
Dragon
about?
Rampant.
Yep.
Midgard is another good one.
Yep.
Because you have all these figures, dragons and stuff. That's perfect. All you'd have to do is get a set of rules and try it out.
Exactly.
You get into that, I think, when it comes to miniatures wargaming.
No, I'm sure I'd have fun with it. I'm sure it's just a matter of finding a player or two to
I play solo.
do that. Yeah, I would play solo anyways, just to get a feel for it myself, you know.
It's fun. I like it. I play a lot of solo games with my miniatures and board games. I actually prefer it because it's a different experience. It's all immersion. You get more immersed in it, I think, when you're playing solo. I do. And I have a blast. But like when I play with Jesse or when I played in the past with folks, it's a very social thing. It's hard. It's actually hard to get immersed because everybody's talking and yipping and yapping and talking rules. It's like, yeah. When I play solo, it's like, oh yes, there's stuff going on here. You got these guys moving up over the hill, and this guy, blah blah blah. You get a narrative going in your head, and it's like you're pulled in. I get into it.
Well, good. Good. Yeah, we're not going to get together this Saturday. The one fella, he's got his
Saturday.
Eberron campaign he's been running for the past couple of years. They're finally able to get back together. So that's a good thing. But the other fella, he's going to stop by anyways. He's free. So we'll, I don't know, watch a movie, have some pizza, or sit around and blab, or figure out some little game to play or something. We'll do something. We'll make the best of it.
Mm-hmm. One of my favorite games. I'm thinking about picking up the new version of it. Is well, there's two of them. There's the Lord of the Rings card game. What's it called? Lord of the Rings card game, I guess. And the other one, made by the same company, Fantasy Flight Games, is Arkham Horror, the card game. There's a board game with the same title they make, but there's also the card game. Oh, they're great. They're fast. They're easy to play, and it's campaign oriented. So you use the same characters and stuff with your cards. Those are good games to play in between, say, role-playing sessions.
Mm-hmm.
That's good fun.
Yep, I have the PDF of Baron's War, but the hard copy finally came back in print from them guys, and I just got an email either late last night, early this morning, whatever. It's labels printed. It's starting to be shipped, so that'll be nice to have and pass around the table.
Baron's War?
Yeah.
Is it the new edition?
Second edition?
Oh, yes. Good, because they just released that. That's brand new.
Yep.
Good.
So I've got that. So as soon as that arrives, those miniatures will be done.
Big Small says something there.
Never played solo tabletop battle. 99% hobby time. Solo for modeling, painting. Yep. Great hobby for 1% social activity. Yeah.
Well, he does a lot more. You know what he does on his channel. He's invested in this other aspect of the hobby, the presentation.
Yep.
The video and the narrative and the storytelling of it, which he does really well.
Oh, fantastic. I tell everyone that have you seen this channel? Check it out. Subscribe. Watch it. It's awesome.
Yeah, he puts a lot of work in that. I know. It's inspiring.
Yes, it's very inspiring. We just got to get him to try some speed paints.
Yes. Yes. Oh, it speed things up literally, Paul. It would speed things up for you, man. I'm telling you.
Oh yeah, like lightning.
And
And
they come out looking good.
yeah, it's not. And plus, being a seasoned painter per se, the learning curve is not much.
I got a guy here. Let me put him in the camera. What's
I know.
let, let's see if there's look at that. It's all speed paint. Look at that. He looks great. He's
Yeah.
nowhere near done, but look at all that. It's really, you get some really good effects on that. That's all speed paint. One coat over the top of his head. See that? Look at what it looks like. One coat. Look how that turned out. So yeah, that's what it does. So it could look really, really good with speed paint. It's not going to be some slop job.
No, they're. I was surprised. I was hesitant, but I'm like, let me try these things out. And then after a few models I painted, figuring the ins and outs, like I said, the learning curve is minimal. If you painted before, once I got that dialed in, you get your models done in a third of the time.
And
Easily.
they look good.
Yeah, they look great. They really do.
I think that's the biggest pull is they look good and it's faster. And who wants to get some stuff done faster? We all do. Even I do, and I love painting, but still, it's nice to get those extra troops on the table.
Yeah, and have it look that dang good.
Mm-hmm. So I definitely recommend them. I guess Squirrel does too. So there you go.
Yeah, which can take ages. Well, try and get you a small starter set or whatever they have, and in between what you're doing, slap some on a model or two. Because they are fantastic.
Building up my collection. I just got some more speed paints recently. I'm going to get another batch of paints.
Yeah, I got some metallics a little while ago. Speed paint, some added metallics from that.
Yeah, do you like them? The metallics?
Yeah. They look good. There's one of the silver metal ones that don't quite pop the way I think they ought to. I forget which one it's called. But outside of that, the rest of them, I like them. They look good.
Mm-hmm.
Just got to shake them up real good. They're metallic still. They settle a little more than your average. I think all the metallics, even the regular ones, they did seem to for me, anyways. You got to really give them a good shaking, a good rattling.
Polished silver. Shake well. Yeah, I used it one time. I used it on that guy I just showed you on his gauntlets. He has little metal plates and the chain links I used it on. And it seems to go on pretty thick.
Yeah,
so I was kind of. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's a little thicker.
Is it? It's the only time I used it, so I wasn't sure if it's supposed to function like normal speed paints, where it just, I didn't see it doing that. It just seemed it went on pretty thick. Maybe I didn't shake it enough. Maybe.
Yeah, even when you really shake them, they go on a little thicker than the other paints.
So do
But
you
I mean,
think you?
can you get out of a silver or a metal, metallic? Like how much shading? You know what I mean? You can only do so much with that. I think.
So do you think it would be an experiment to add a little medium to it to thin it out a little bit so it's not so thick?
It wouldn't hurt.
Because
Try it out.
if it's speed paint, technically it should leave highlights and shade behind. That's what it is. It's speed paint. It shouldn't be just a big fluidy silver acrylic. It should be different.
You would think, but like I said, how much shading? How much can you get out of a metallic?
Yeah.
You know, I mean,
I don't know. I don't know.
yeah. I wouldn't think you'd want to. I didn't expect much with them because it's a. But I use them. I like them. I like them. They go on nice. I got that off of Amazon a while ago. It's for nail polish. It's it's only about, it's an oval thing. It's about that big and it's got a little, I
A
don't
shaker?
know, a holder or something. Yeah, and a rubber strap. And you hit the
Yeah.
button and it rattles it, you know, like a yeah. So I'll put it on there. The bottle lays flat on the little stand thing. So what I do with it is I'll turn it on, I'll leave it like that, then I'll stand it up, then I'll tip it up. So I'll kind of rotate the thing a little bit so it really stirs up the paints if they've been setting a while. I do that with the metallics, period, because they're a little thicker. They just seem to be,
You got that on Amazon?
yeah, like $10 or something.
Yeah. I'll have to
Battery
look it up.
operated, or you can put batteries in the back of it, or you can plug it in.
I'll have to look one up because it would be useful because you do have to shake these speed paints really
Yeah.
good.
And even your acrylics has been sitting for a little while. You slap it on there, hit them, let it sit there for a minute, and then flip. Slowly turn it, and just let it.
Here's another question for you with the speed paints. I've noticed specifically with these, when I shake them, when you go to open it up, I guess a little bit, it gets full of paint and it's just all over the thing. And it's wasting paint. And I know what it's doing. It's coming out when you're shaking it. There's no seal there to keep it from coming out. Do you have that problem?
Yep.
So I could shake it like this. Or I'm thinking maybe I could take a little tissue, put it in the top there. So when you got it closed, it's going to have a tissue holding down on that hole. So when you're shaking it.
Tissue would still soak up the paint.
You think? All right. I'd have to find something else. Well, you know what? I'll just take the cap off from now on and shake it. That's the easiest thing to do because it's getting all over some of these paints.
Same here. Same with mine.
And it's annoying. Where the hell is the one that's always leaking? Grave Lord Gray. This one. Let me see. Oh, I must have cleaned it. It was all over the cap. That's not so bad. But when you shake them, that's when it happens.
Zadarok has returned from her little excursion. She says hello.
Hey doing, Zeddy?
That's a mess behind my car.
Uh-oh.
Where they left all the debris from the trees and stuff like that?
Oh, all the wood chips and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They need a blower.
What are you doing?
Nah, there's a little creek over here across the street. They come in and it had a bunch of saplings and excuse me, smaller trees. So they just come in and hacked them all up and kind of mulched them, and it would just went everywhere. It's a bunch of mulch.
Look, it's behind my car.
And yes, we're still blabbing, dear.
Not some.
Yeah,
Excuse me now.
we're still blabbing.
How long we been on?
This has been going 4 hours and 35 minutes.
Let me look at my OBS. Does it tell
I
me?
don't know when you hopped on at what point, but
About half hour.
so yeah, you've probably been blabbing for 4 hours.
Yeah, I'm used to it.
Yeah, me too. It's not bothering me. It is what it is. Sit around and talk shop.
I got warm up.
Yeah, I did warm up.
Mm-hmm.
It warmed up. I had to move to the porch. The laptop was running low on juice, so I used your thing to plug it in, which is no biggie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 14 hours. Big Small says.
Yeah, some of these guys they're coming in for the third time.
Yeah,
Nice.
they're making their
Right.
third round. Hey, whatever. This is shoot the breeze. Oh, here's a gem I found the other day clearing out the shelves.
What does that say? Treasures?
Treasury of Archaic Names.
Ah, little name generator.
Yeah. It's
Give
by,
us an example.
let's see here. Judges Guild.
Mm-hmm.
This put out in 2001. I mean, we have place name, prefixes and suffix, surname, master tables. Let's see, you could do like armor making smiths, and then you can go like for chainmail makers, for shield makers, helmet makers, plate mail makers, armor polisher and sharpeners, weaponsmith making names. We got, let's see, there's male first names, surnames. I mean, it goes, some of these tables are D1000.
Wow.
Female first names, nicknames. There's tavern names.
You need some water, Coop.
Some archaic nicknames.
Get your drink.
All kinds of neat. It's neat. So we'll be using it. I'll be using it for sure.
Where did you find that?
It was sitting on the shelf, hiding in one of my shelves. When I was clearing them out, I'm like, holy crap, I forgot I had this. So now it's out in the forefront, per se. Start using it again just for fun. Like a nickname. I don't have my dice. That's a D100.
He just pushed mommy off the table.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, it's neat. Tables, sub-tables.
Lost treasure you found there.
Yes.
Yeah, I've used that too, Big Small. There's some online generators that you can find. I've used them occasionally. Or you could use Grok or any of these AI things. Oh, man. Generate for me 100 names on a D100 table, please. Boom. There it is.
Yeah. Yeah, those work really well. Hey, Magus, what's up, buddy? Good to see you. Just a rando blabbery. Killing time, per se. Beautiful day. Figured I'd come out onto the front porch and blab. Fritz hopped in and we've been blabbing all kinds of different topics. Shooting a breeze. How's the weather where you're at, Mages? Good, I hope. Well, he's up in Canada somewhere. It's 70s here. 70. What's that say, Zaddy?
72?
72 here in the shade.
74 according to the airport.
Yep, I'm live there, CRT Matt.
Everybody stand back. It's Matt Schreiber.
Yes. 20 degrees and sunny up there in Canada. Celsius. I'm sure.
Missed your stream last night, Matt. I haven't watched your stream in I think the past couple episodes. There's always a reason. Not sure what I was doing. I think Jesse was around. Yeah, that's right. Yesterday, Sunday, you did your stream. And what was I doing? I was playing 40K. But I did see it. And the same thing the week before. So I'm playing on Sundays. It's Sundays, right? That he does this stream?
Yeah. I think so, yeah, Sundays.
20 degrees Celsius. That's kind of normal, isn't it? Or is that 70ish in Fahrenheit. 30 Celsius. That's when it's really getting hot.
Yeah.
You've been aloof.
So yeah. Good day. Wonderful day. Wonderful.
Sunday. You know, Squirrel, the chat that's in the Restream.
Yes.
On the right, there's a chat which is coming from YouTube. It hasn't updated at all since I got in here. Why is that?
Oh, I don't know. I'm seeing them.
Yeah.
Come in just fine.
Mine isn't. So what I'm using is the pop-out chat from YouTube, which works.
No, there you go.
Can you type in yours?
Yeah.
Can you reply? Yeah, I can't do that on here. It doesn't even have a space for it.
Yeah, I just typed in
Yeah, I see it on YouTube. I don't see it here. Wonder why.
I don't know. It's
Damn
weird.
thing.
Because
There's
Restream is what Mage said.
Yeah, that could be at Mage's Restream. I just let my StreamYard lapse and tried this out. It's about the same price. So I'm like, I'll try something different.
Restream is buggy. But you're liking Restream, huh?
So far, for what I do, I don't. It's not a lot of.
I've never used it for this purpose. I use it just to stream to multiple platforms. That's originally what it was for.
Yeah.
But now they have it so you can, literally stream with it. I don't use it for that.
Oh, hold on here. Hold on. Hey.
Hey, you in the hour, Shelly. How you doing? Hey, you.
best, but you are really laggy,
Hang
echo,
on.
buggy, twitchy, really bad. All right, let's try this again. I think he's coming back in here. Oops.
How's it now?
Clear as a bell.
Yeah, it works. Yeah, dude, I'm taking 2 weeks off streaming, but I saw you were on, so there was no way in hell I couldn't come say hi.
Oh, thanks, bud. Appreciate it.
Oh, my pleasure, man.
Sitting out here on the front porch, just blabbing. Fritz hopped in. We had Big Smalls. He popped in for a minute.
Nice.
Just blabbing. Different gaming, painting.
Cool.
Talked about the cooperative endeavor we're doing at the table.
Uh-huh.
It's going real good, real fun.
Nice. Glad to hear it.
Showed off the kitten and the mommy fighting there a little bit ago.
I'm making my supper, so I'll be back and forth, so I'm going to step away for a minute.
All right, whatever, brother.
Where'd it go? Give it a good thrashing.
Oh, are you saying hi?
Just a little guy. Look at that. Aw.
Mommy heard that.
Yep, he's what, 60 some days old?
Yeah.
64 days old. Oh, they were what, April Fools, right?
Yep.
Yeah, they were born April Fools.
Matt's allergic to cats.
Oh, really?
Yep. You still allergic, Matt? I imagine that hasn't changed.
Mommy for
What a sad state.
I know. Be allergic to such cute critters.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I live on Claritin and Benadryl.
Claritin and Benadryl, Namaw says.
I'm allergic to them too.
Are you really?
Yep, I live on Benadryl and Claritin.
Ah, okay. Now I get it.
And all 5 of them sleep with me every night.
Holy smokes. So, you got to put up with that.
Yep.
Yeah, I've been sequestered to the couch.
Nobody wants him.
Man.
Which
And
I
all
don't. I always usually sleep on the couch anyways.
Yeah. So we don't ninja kill each other.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Yeah.
I have metal hardware in my back, and the slightest little hit could take me out. So
Jeez.
it's a safety feature.
You're living on the edge, Zaddy. Living on the edge.
Literally. I even have screws loose.
You do.
Yeah, she's here with me.
Yep.
Yep. There you go.
What? What?
My eyes swell so bad. Happened a few days ago, says Matt.
Oh.
What a shame. You
Yeah,
got
that's,
Matt, do you have cats at your house? Since you're in that house with all those kids, they must have some pets. And they got a dog. Cripes.
Got the sunshine in his face. You're pretty.
oh, that's a cute picture.
Yeah.
You have to
Squirrel.
send it, Fritz.
Squirrel, is there any way you could change the way the cameras are showing on the screen? Because you got it at this
Yeah, he can. If he pushes the second, like that, that's great.
there you go.
There we go.
It gives us a little sliver to look through. There you go.
A little better.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Oh,
Saint
Matt's got a
Bernard.
Saint Bernard. Yeah. Wow. Wow.
You're not allergic to dogs, are you? Right.
Hope not.
I live in a cave at that point.
I
Hope
was
not.
gonna go in and start dinner.
Well, according to that cat, you're not. He's comfortable on your lap now. Too late.
What's for dinner, Zaddy?
Spaghetti.
Didn't you have spaghetti the other night?
No, we were talking about it earlier. Remember?
Okay. Okay.
You haven't been on for a whole day.
So what are you getting into, Bear? Anything? Just relaxing? If he's there.
He's talking in the private chat.
Oh. All right. Well, he's leaving. Later. Someone's at the door. He'll catch us later.
Get a little private chat on here.
Let me see. What's this one? Oh, okay. There's that one. There's that one. What's this one? There's that one. That one. What's this one? Huh.
We get a lot of people in here. What happens if you click on me?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Might be able to maximize you. Oh, hi. Bye.
There you go.
Hi.
There you go.
There's you. And then back to us. Yeah. Whatever. That ain't bad with just two on there. Yeah, the three of us, it was, kind of.
You got a little
thinly
sliver.
sliced. Yes. Little slivery. All right. Matt's painting some space dwarves. Okay. Nice.
I just worked on my what are they called? My assault intercessors for my dark angels. I worked on them when I streamed the other day.
Yeah.
What was it? Saturday?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Something like that. Yeah, I got some work done on them, did their chest thing, and painted their weapons. Highlighted the black weapons. And put little white flecks in their eyes, which I'm going to go over with red so they'll stand out. Boom. So I did that.
Does Matt use them speed paints?
I don't know.
Do you, Matt? Have you messed around with any of those? Because if not, you might like them.
Oh, he's allergic to dogs. I don't know. That's a good question. I'm curious if he's diving into the speed paints.
Because you ought to try them there, Matt. If you haven't, like we were saying earlier, I mean, you're a fairly experienced painter. The learning curve is next to nothing with them. And they come out looking really good. Oh, someone else is here. Who's here? Hey, there he is. Oh, let me get him. Oh, come on. I want.
Hola.
There he is.
Do this. There, that's a little better. Hey, what's up, buddy?
I don't know why I'm hearing two of me.
Mute YouTube.
Yeah, shut your YouTube off. Mute it.
Hold on one second. Let me try. It's only got one tab. Oh, nothing much.
La 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 la. Testaroonies.
Yeah, there's no echo here. It's definitely you.
This is weird.
Come on, Matt. You got this.
I'll
You're a
jump up.
veteran. You will.
Yeah. Try that. Try that, Matt. Try that. Yeah, yeah. Try that. Mm-hmm.
Matt Shriver, everybody. Fantasticals.
Let's see.
I figured it out.
What'd you do,
All
Ron?
right.
I don't know. It's like weird. There's like this little Google mini tab that's sitting over there. I don't understand.
I had to use I couldn't get in here with my camera with Google. I had to use Microsoft Edge.
Let's see here. Let me put you up maximize. There we go. Let's check it out.
Look at that.
Finished my little Brocker bikers.
He's got muscles.
Nice.
They're all. They even got taillights.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, cool. I see him. Yep.
Looks good, Matt.
That's what I've been working on.
So I take it you're not using speed paints?
No, not at all. I
Have
do
you
use
used
them
them?
though. I have dipping inks.
Okay.
So, my screen's backwards. That's weird.
It is. On YouTube, it's normal, I think, right?
I have no idea.
I wonder if it's normal on YouTube and it's just us.
Oh, I turned it off. Or somebody did. But I use these things called dipping inks. Put
Yeah,
green
it's
stiff
backwards.
oil. And they're pretty good. But I don't use them as like a base coat. I use AK inks as well.
Mm-hmm.
With something called Deep Shade.
Interesting.
You mix it with this stuff and it turns ink into a shade, or AKA contrast paint. So this plus this is contrast.
There you go. So you're using speed paints?
Sort of.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
in a way.
In order to get this effect right here, yes. In a way.
That green.
The windshield there?
Yeah. Bluish, greenish, whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, that was done with the inks in the deep shade mix. So,
Okay.
and then to do my lava, same thing. It's really a filter.
All right. I see it.
And then I'm doing a video. I'm rescuing these guys.
Okay.
So these are enforcers, and they were on eBay for $5, and I got a bunch of them.
Why not?
And they said if somebody doesn't buy these for $5, I'm going to throw them in the trash.
Wow.
So I bought them. I rescued them, and we're going to upgrade them.
How many did you get?
I got a whole 10-man assault squad, 10-man laser rifle squad, 4 bikes, and 6 peacekeepers.
No
So,
kidding. For $5?
$5 plus $6
Wow.
shipping.
You got a deal.
Oh, $12. I mean, $11, whatever. Heck yeah.
That's a super deal.
Got this bad boy today.
Oh, who's he?
This is called the Plague Corruption. I just launched a video today on him. We're going to do a painting video for him.
He's nasty.
And then you got the nasty Plague Bursters. They run up and just explode on you.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm actually going to put on this one, I'm going to do a little modeling. I'm going to put a point on this pipe, and I'm going to drill a hole in one of the marionettes and stick them on there. And then I'm going to take a marionette's head off and glue him right here as if he's crushing a marionette's head, one of the Asterians. So that would be fun.
Oh, that'd be neat. That'll look cool.
Doing a little mantic modeling, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Got my Thorgrim.
Yep.
I'm just plugging away, man. I'm almost got, I'd say about 1,200 points painted right now. Of
Nice.
Forge Fathers.
Have you played any little games yet?
Absolutely.
What you have?
I've been playing the crap out of Halo.
Yeah.
I'm going to be painting those.
Good.
I'm actually going to be demoing that game every other week up at the game store, which I've never done in my whole gaming life.
Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah. I got these two. Stormforge drop troops. Working on those. You know me, Curtis.
I know.
I absolutely sold everything I had that was not Antic.
Wow.
And I'm sticking with one company, and that's it.
Okay.
I even got Kings of War on the table here.
Yeah.
Nice.
Those aren't finished, but
No,
I'm glad you found your way back into it again.
Me too.
It was kind of gut wrenching to hear that I physically can't do it. I'm injured and it just won't work, and I'm all board games.
You can see.
Wow, look at that. Is that the scar?
This is my hand. This is the one with the scar.
Wow.
Yeah, you got mangled, brother.
You did.
Right there.
Wow.
Now I can't feel these two fingers. I can only grip with these two, and as you can see, I cut myself frequently with stuff because, like, when you hold it, I can't really press hard with my left hand yet. I'm in 2 years of physical therapy. I still can't do it, and sometimes the knife will slip.
Yikes!
Or what I'm holding on to,
Yeah.
but I'm able to now, and I wasn't before. But look at my hand; it's steady now.
Yeah.
But I have to hold it. I have to hold it, not holding these two fingers, because these two fingers will shake.
Do you think the painting is actually almost therapeutic in this sense, physically, that it might be helping you?
I asked my physical therapist. He asked me, "Do you do any hobbies like sports or anything like that?" Because I was doing all these hand exercises, doing this stuff, and I have very bad arthritis in these two fingers now, and I can feel it all the way down into here. So doing things and holding things with my hands actually helps, but I have to stretch my hand out like this every so often. I have to put a cream on there.
Yeah.
But he asked me what I do, and I said, well, I hold these little paint. I had smaller ones, thinner ones like this right here. And he said, well, these were too small. I needed something bigger, like medicine bottles, to hold it like that and just hold one. And I swear I walked around the house holding one of these for weeks with this little shock watch. And every time I started shaking, it would give me a little small, tiny shock that you wouldn't be able to feel normally,
Yeah, a little stimulus or whatever.
Right. And I did that for 3 or 4 months, and now I don't even need the thing. So
awesome.
Wow.
And I was able to hold something steady while painting for the first time when I picked up a Mantic model, and I said, okay, this is fate.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
Don't look back. Go.
Right. So I said, okay, I'm gonna do nothing but Mantic models and stick with those games because it has everything I love, fantasy and science fiction, which I tried historicals for years and I just could not get through it. So I'm just sticking with, I know exactly what I want to do now. So that's been a journey, but it's been a fun one.
So this is actually, it's not harming you, right? By doing this, you're actually getting,
It's therapeutic.
yeah. All right, that's awesome. Imagine that. And you stayed away from it all this time.
Yep.
Who would have
And
thunk?
it really kind of sucks. Oh, is my camera moving on its own?
It is.
Oh, it's trying to find me. Hold on, let me turn that feature off.
Where's the people?
Okay. Yeah, I tried. There's a feature where if it loses your face or scans for a face every 5 seconds or 10 seconds or whatever it is,
Yeah.
and if it can't find you, it'll look around for you. It's kind of cool.
Kind of creepy.
It is creepy. It's I forgot what they call it, speedle camera. It's a
Mm-hmm.
ultra HD camera that tries to find you. So,
Mm-hmm.
but yeah, I was let's see, 2 years ago now. It was January 13th, Friday the 13th, 2 years ago, and the way it happened is I'm a woodworker, so I like to work a lot. I work with a lot of wood and stuff, and I was building these end tables out of cut limbs, and
Oh.
I was stupidly cutting cookie. They call them cookie cuts, where you just cut it like a cookie.
Yep.
And I was wearing a sweatshirt on my arm right here. Right here is where it caught. And I was wearing a sweatshirt, and it was baggy. And when I was coming down with the chainsaw, the tip of the chainsaw came up, caught my sweatshirt, and pulled it into the saw, right on the tip. I completely severed the ulnar nerve. I cut the vein, this vein right here, and it actually, while it was healing up, it actually created its own trail connecting each other. It's pretty awesome. But that ulnar nerve is what makes me shake, because they put a sleeve on it and connected the two nerves together, and it's trying to refire and get connected to each other again. And they said that it's millimeters a year in healing. So I may feel my pinky when I'm 58. That's basically what he said.
Wow.
So, oh, I didn't know you could read the chat there.
Yeah, I just discovered I figured out what I was doing wrong, Squirrel. I could read the chat now in this restream.
Okay.
I was looking at the bottom of it,
Ah,
and it's in reverse. When you type something, it goes to the top. So I was sitting here all this time looking at the first things people were saying when we got here.
oh, okay.
That's why it wasn't working.
Sorry, Squirrel. I wasn't trying to take over your chat here.
No, you're not taking over nothing, buddy. I'm just hanging out and blabbering. I mean, I'm going on hour 5. You can blab away for another hour if you want. It does not hurt my feelings one bit, brother. Ask Fritz. He knows. He blabbed for a while. Come on, bring it.
Yeah, Fritz has been aloof. I haven't seen a chat from you in a while.
I did one Saturday.
Saturday? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I have you on, what do you call that? All the notifications. So Saturday I was actually, no, wait. Yep. Saturday I was drinking beer and swimming. So never mind.
There you go. That's
now who's aloof, old
But
I haven't streamed in about 2 weeks. I haven't been painting, so that's why.
I was by myself on Sunday.
Were you? Nobody around?
Oh, no. There was plenty of people to talk to. It's just like it's Bob and Chuck, the great guys, and my power went out in the house. And the only day that my power goes out is like 2 hours before I have to go live, So, and I tried to do it on my laptop, but when I do it on my laptop, there's like a 2-minute delay. So, and it would have drained my laptop too quickly. So I just made it at 5:30. And then Bob had something he had to do or got caught up in the middle, like right before we started. And Chuck, it's summertime and he's a busy guy. So
who's Chuck?
Hey, it was fun talking,
Who's Chuck?
people in the chat. So, huh?
Who's Chuck?
Chuck was in there when you were in there. Chuck Blair, the spoon guy.
Oh yeah. Okay, I remember now.
Yeah, he's a good guy. He's not really he's not a miniature modeler. He's a 3D printer and scale modeler, just like Bob.
Yeah,
So
I remember. With the outstanding hobby room, the garage or whatever.
right, and when he uses craft paints through airbrush.
Yep.
It's crazy, and they're just great. They're fun to talk to. Like I do scale modeling too, so sprue clipping's more of like whatever you want to bring to the table and paint and hobby and just BS about. That's, you know, it just goes, you know. And I tried doing this podcast thing, and it just, I really honestly, I just wasn't having fun with it, and I wasn't getting along with the co-host, you know. So so I said to the wife, I said, you know, I'm not having fun doing this. And she goes, well, just do interviews every once in a while and just do a show where you sit down and bullshit. And I said, oh, okay, great, I'll do that. So that's what I decided to do. Called it sprue clipping. I thought that was a nifty little name.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's all I do. I just hop on whenever the inspiration strikes, and whoever hops on, we just blab about whatever, you know, work, life, the wife, the kid, the dog, the catfish, the goldfish, you know, whatever.
I know, Squirrely. I've been watching you for a while.
I appreciate it.
Good.
Even though I was out for 3 years, and that's how long it was. I was out of the hobby for 3 years after my divorce or whatever. And
Yeah,
I was
whatever that is, whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
The horrible, awful thing I went through. I literally got an opportunity to start all over and do exactly what I wanted to do. So, you know, that was good. But I was still watching YouTube. I was still following you, Curtis, but I wasn't like chatting or typing or anything. I wanted to wait until I was ready. And then I was going to relaunch my channel. And then after Christmas, Friday the 13th, that happened.
Well,
So,
especially the date. I mean, why couldn't it have been Saturday the 17th? What the heck?
I know, right? And what's funny is my wife had just left with 3 of the kids. This is kind of funny too. Is she left with 3 of the kids, and like 5 minutes, not even 5 minutes, she left, and I cut my hand with a chainsaw. I didn't even know I did it until I looked down and saw it, and I grabbed a hold of my wrist. I ran to the door, and there's a blood trail everywhere. Opened the door, and I screamed, "Give me a towel! Give me a towel!" So my daughter brings me a paper towel. And I go, "I need a bigger towel." And my son brings me a wash rag. Finally, I got a blanket, wrapped it up. I drove to the hospital, running red lights, past my wife. My wife calls me on the phone, and I said, "I'm going to the hospital." Thank God I was only 5 minutes away.
Yeah, that's a blessing.
And as soon as I walked in the door, I passed out because of blood loss. Hit the dirt, hit the floor, got a bump on my head.
Yeah, you're lucky you didn't pass out driving.
Oh, I can't do the rando chats. You can't?
No, Mages, I guess he says he can't do the... whatever. He does some good stuff,
No
though.
gravity here?
I
You know
like
what?
it.
I'm going to look up Mage's musings.
He's got a good show. I love his recaps. He's got a real fun show.
I have not heard of you. I like doing this. That's why I figure out new people.
Oh man, I'm hoping I'll turn you on to some good people, some good channels. Yeah, Mages, he's fun. He's real fun to watch. I love his recaps. I like that filter he uses too to show his maps and the order of the stick standees or whatever. I love
Gotta be a puppet, right?
Yes.
That's awesome.
Oh, you'll have fun watching him. Yeah, watch a handful of them. He's good. He's good people.
Oh, I'm gonna love those puppets, man. I'll watch it with the kids. They love that stuff too. I've got 8 of them, so.
Yeah, he's no swears, family friendly, that kind of thing too. So yeah, watch it with the kids.
My daughter, actually, my middle daughter, Leah, she's 11 years old, and she's about to turn 12, and she asked us for a puppet for her birthday.
Oh, that's cool.
Like a real one. You know, like Sesame Street, you know. ventriloquist, not ventriloquist, but a puppet.
Yeah.
I didn't realize how expensive those things were.
Yeah, they're a little bit of a niche thing. There's not a high demand, so yeah, they're going to have a little price to them.
She actually
Especially
tore
the
apart.
really good quality ones.
She tore apart one of her dowels. She cut it at the bottom so she could put her hand in it. So
She's trying.
it's largely family friendly with occasional innuendo or off color joke in there. That's fine. We're off color all like crazy, so it's no big deal.
Yeah, no, he's good stuff.
Awesome.
I mean, Big Small. I think you've seen his stuff. It's
Yeah, Big
it's
Small.
good.
Yeah, I'm subscribed to him for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
I get thousands of videos. I know Curtis is probably sick and tired of seeing my shorts pop up there, but see, he's shaking his head already. He's like, I had to unsubscribe.
So you do a lot of like you do what, some wargaming stuff? Do you do some role playing stuff? What are you into, Matt?
I and watch Curtis cringe. I never got into the RPGs. I never just like, it doesn't fit me. Like I can't sit and pretend, you know what I mean? Like, it's the storytelling is fantastic, but I need something to move around, right? So I tried it with miniatures even, and it still just did not scratch that itch that I like doing. And wargaming and throwing models against each other and telling a story that way is kind of the same thing, I guess, but it's,
Yeah.
you don't have a character sheet necessarily,
No, I get it. No, hey, whatever, man. You do you, brother.
Although I will say, I tried it and I really loved it. And if I could just make Traveler characters all the time, that's what I would do RPG wise. Because Traveler characters are awesome.
Yeah. I was lucky enough. I got into what do they call it? The classic, the original Traveler rules. I got into a session at GaryCon this past GaryCon. Man, it was fun. It was great.
Yeah, I would play it more than likely. I think if any RPG, a Traveler would probably be it, because ex-friend of mine introduced me to Traveler, and I actually really enjoy the character creation process a lot. Like, I think it's some of the best. That's the best one I've ever seen. And I can see myself playing that, but it's not something I would do on the regular. I do a lot of scale modeling stuff, but mainly I'm doing miniature wargaming right now because I'm a Mantic Pathfinder now. I guess work for them, I guess. And I have to get 750 points painted up of Forge Fathers and one other army so I can run demos of Firefight and Dead Zone. And I got Halo Flashpoint. Running demos, and you get free product for it, but that's cool too. But I'm trying to get out there and meet new people and not just do everything online like I used to,
Yeah.
Honestly, that's the whole reason why I consider doing it. And I love Mantic stuff.
Are you saying we're a bunch of losers?
Not at all. Here, I'll show you how much I love Mantic, and I should not be
hanging out with the
screen
losers
here. But if you look on the wall over here, I did that.
Yeah, you did. I saw that.
All right, cool.
So I hand painted that on my wall.
Nice.
I'm a bit of a Mantic fan.
You like what you like.
Right.
Like what you like. Nothing wrong with that. You guys keep this stream alive, please. I'll be right back. I'm going to mute.
Sure.
All right, Matt, I want you to close your eyes.
Okay.
I want you to close your eyes.
Uh-huh.
And I want you to imagine a beach.
A beach, okay.
And I want you to see a horse. Do you see the horse? He's running along the beach.
Yeah, it's
Full
a unicorn.
gallop.
I'm
Do you
kidding.
see the? Do you
It's
see
a
the horse?
Yeah.
All right. All right, you can open your eyes now.
Okay.
What color was the horse?
White?
Okay.
No? Okay.
You're not just guessing. You saw
No,
white.
it was white. Because I was thinking when you said horse, I was immediately thinking of like the White Stallion from, oh gosh, what's that movie I just watched? Older movie. From a movie from the 90s. Big the White Stallion that the kid was riding. And
I
the Lamb,
think I know what you
not
mean.
the Lamb, Never Ending Story.
Yeah.
The Never Ending Story. And I forgot the name of that horse.
There's a disorder a very small percentage of people in the world suffer from. I can't remember the name of it, but what it is that people that have it, they can't see images in their head. They don't see colors. They don't see the horse. They don't see the beach. What they see is words.
Really?
So, yeah, and there's a lot of artistic people that actually have this. And the thing is, they never know they have it.
Huh.
So I always throw that little test at people to see, because you never know. You might be one of them. It's called phasmagoria or something. You could look it up on YouTube and stuff.
Artax. Yeah.
It's an actual disorder of the brain. People cannot see images in their mind. It's like when they look at pictures from photo albums to remember their parents, they have to look at a picture. They can't visualize it in their brains.
Weird.
Yeah.
That's wild.
When you were telling me about, I don't like role play, I can't just sit there and do it that way. I was thinking,
I know.
maybe he's got something going on. So I threw that at you just to see, because you never know.
No, I know I could do it. It just, it just never appealed to me like miniature gaming does,
It's the same thing. It's just making believe.
Right.
You're making believe when you got your dwarfs on the table rolling dice. It's
Oh,
just
yeah.
plastic or metal, or it's the same thing. It really is.
Yeah. I just got a little email. It doesn't matter if I say it now, but it looks like Mantic prices went up a little bit.
Yeah.
Price increase.
They're not that expensive to
No.
begin with, really. So
No, $5 for enforcers.
yeah, gee, when you find that deal, that's
The only
a
problem
deal,
with it
man.
is these bikes, the jet bikes, they don't have their weapons on the bottom because the kit comes with the weapons, but that's not a big deal. You can kit bash that from one of these sprues here.
Green stuffs and barrels.
Mm-hmm. But I have to take my son to a baseball game tonight. And I never understand it when they have games and they schedule games. They're at 8:00 at night on a school night, and they go till 10 p.m. They play from 8 to 10 and
Yeah.
on a school night, but
Yeah.
they're out of school, so it doesn't matter. But still, it's like, ugh. And I'm off for the next 2 nights. I took 2 days of vacation to finish these dwarves.
Yeah, I bet you did.
I got the Ricard sitting here, Curtis. The Ricard is the Dragon Breath flamethrowers.
Yeah.
And in one box of Steel Warriors, you only get 4 of those weapons. So you have to buy 2 boxes to get a full squad of the Ricard.
Oh,
right?
Of course you do. Of course.
So, yeah, exactly. But they're a up close, it burns, close combat unit that you wouldn't think the dwarves would have because they're slow, right?
Mhm.
If you put them in an APC or in the back of one of those, tanks and run them up and force units to take nerve tests, to make them activate before they activate. Oh yeah, I run them behind these guys who have those artillery pieces and stuff like that. I'll run them up behind those artillery pieces and pop out the
Uh-huh.
Dragon Breath flamers and make them take a nerve test, and you know they they have to act, they're already activated and they never get a chance to do anything. So
Yeah, there you go. There you go.
and people don't expect
Tactics.
that in a 750 point list, because
Mhm.
nobody uses them. I haven't seen them, at least them in the local store, and I've never seen these either. These
Oh,
broker bikers.
they're gonna hate you. Oh
Oh
boy.
yeah, I've got mobility now. In 750 points, you can get a unit of Steel Warriors, a Magma Cannon tank with a dozer blade, 2 broker Valkyr bikers, 7 Rakar, and that's the full list.
Mhm.
So not a lot of models. So they don't have a lot of stuff to shoot at. So their shooting is going to be a little condensed. But
Mhm.
I have the Steel Warriors just to sit there and park somewhere and in cover and lay down some fire, and I run my little Rakars around the back and
Yep.
prevent them from doing actions, or activating.
Mhm.
But I'll jump them out. I'll flamethrow them. I'll jump back in.
You jump back in and scoot off again?
Yeah, that tank is a 9+ armor, right?
Yeah.
So you have to have like a couple AP just to
Oh,
take a
that's
hit
easy.
on it.
That's terrible. That's terrible.
Yeah, it's kind of gross. But
Mhm.
for 750 points, you got to have something nasty in there and fun. You can't just take just the normal stuff. And a lot of people that I've played against already, they don't expect me to take ridiculous things, which that's what I'm all about. I want the narrative stuff, like the drop troop dwarves. They got drills and hammers. What are they going to do? You just drop them in somebody's face. But you see all these lists, not only online, but, in your local store, and nobody takes these oddball troops. And I just think it throws them off just enough to where I have a chance to win, because an Enforcer army is an absolute nightmare of a shooting army. Those Devastator rifles are pretty nasty, and even their wrist blade assault troops are pretty bad. But I'm loving that I've actually figured it out after 10 years of exactly what I want to do.
Yeah, you're having fun.
Oh yeah. I'm actually having more fun now than I was before.
Mm-hmm.
Because when you get wrapped up in, hey, I'll give you free stuff if you do nothing but my stuff, or
Mm-hmm.
you chasing that, and you're like, I don't want to chase this. No, not anymore.
So let me correct me if I'm wrong, but you told me that you sold most of your board games just recently.
Yeah, they're actually, I have maybe 25 left out of 200 something.
Just recently.
Yeah, that's been in the last 2 months. Yeah.
Holy smokes. I was thinking about that. I'm wondering, did he really do that? Because you were all about the board games there for a while.
Yeah, I kept the ones I absolutely love. Like A World at War, I'm never getting rid of. That game is so great and so much fun. If I want to play World War II, that's what I do.
Wow.
And then I've got my Ancients ones. I kept those. That's what I got rid of my Hannibal 10mm stuff.
You just got them.
I know. I got rid of that
Wow.
too. I'm all Mantic now. That's all I do. And I just was realistic with myself and said, am I really going to paint this and I'm really going to play this? I want to. I have the drive to. But honestly, I don't. Like, I'm going to buy some 28mm Romans and create a Kings of War historical Roman army. That's easy to do because you don't have to paint thousands of them. I'll do that in 28 just to have something different to play in Kings of War, But I won't be diving into anything historical. I mean, I was part of the Kickstarter for Epic Warpath. So I'm going to be getting that next month. That's that 10mm
I know.
firefight, I got Halo. I got everything I want, really. I just, if I'm going to play a historical game, I can go I got a friend who does historicals. I'll just use his models. You know, I can't get through painting them. I just can't. And I even got Dystopian Wars, and that's gone too now. So, you know, all I have is Mantic. That's it.
Wow.
And I'm
All right,
being
I have
disappointed.
Sorry about that. The boy's a little under the weather, and Zaddy was busy meal prepping, and I said, you know what? I'm going to run to the corner store real quick, get him some popsicles and OJ. So
No worries. We weren't really talking about much.
I figured you guys would blab, keep it alive. I appreciate it. Appreciate
I
it.
just recently sold everything that wasn't Mantic, so that's what we were talking about.
I'm clearing. Well, Fritz might have brought it up. You might know I'm clearing out all my shelves. I'm giving away all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, I did that too. I didn't sell them all. I did. There's a new game store called Endless Comics and Games up here, real close to me, and they have this shelf where you're free to try games and stuff. And when I went up there and asking them, hey, if you guys want me to do demos of Halo or something like that, they were really excited about it. And I saw it and I go, are you taking donations? And they said, yeah. So I took like 20 games up there, put them on the shelf.
Nice.
For people to play. And I went up there again and saw that people were actually playing them. So some of the games that are very rare that I had, like M&P games, they were out on the table. So
that's awesome.
You know, but
that's awesome. Yeah, what's left behind from, or left over from my gifting to a handful of folks, I'm gonna go. There's a fairly local shop. It's about 20 minutes away in one town over. I'm gonna see if they want to take them as a donation for their shelves. For, you know, they get rid of them, they sell them, they give them away, whatever they want to do with them.
Yeah, I had to, you know, I'm not that old. I'm 44 years old, and I just had to be realistic with myself that I'm only going to have stuff that I'm going to use, you know, and you know, especially with the board games and stuff like that, and the miniatures itself, you know, I'm going to use the crap out of these, you know. So I had to say, well, these 10 mil, I'm not going to paint them. I'm not going to get through all this, you know. So
as you get older, you get that way. I'm that way. I'm sure Squirrel's that way. You start to become more hyper focused on what do I really want to play and collect and paint. Because as you get older, you know, you kind of got to. You want to enjoy this freaking hobby. You don't want to be jumping around.
And I've never been more enthusiastic about getting an army painted. And the whole time I've ever done it since 1992. I've never been this enthusiastic about getting something done, and I've completely focused on the dwarves, and it's showing. You know, so
are you sure about that, Matt? You've never been as enthusiastic. Come on.
No, I've been as enthusiastic. I've just never been this focused.
Okay.
I'll rephrase it. I've never been this focused or honed in, I should say.
Well, good.
And I really am, because like I look at these dwarves over here, and just a month ago I didn't even have any of this. So. And I went to the shop today, and because I didn't have any anymore, and I picked up this.
Hold on, let me blow it up here for us. Oh yeah, all kinds of all kinds of turf, tuft, flocking, whatever.
This is gamer grass tufts. I found these. These are awesome. These are like big bushes. Some flowers, some pink flowers, some purple flowers, some blue flowers.
Nice.
Some orange ones. Some burnt grass. Oh.
That's a good find. Oh,
what happened to him?
I didn't do nothing. Well, hopefully he'll hop back on. That's good to see him. There he is.
Me out.
There he is.
There you are.
It didn't like what I was showing.
I guess not.
We did.
But yeah, I had Miniature Market is my game store out here, and I buy stuff from them quite a bit, and you get points, right? I used all my points and got all of that for free. So
Why not?
I saved them and saved them and saved them, and
Are they local to you?
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, there's 2 Miniature Markets, brick and mortar stores.
Mhm.
There's one in St. Charles and one in St. Louis. So, and the St. Charles one is the one I do demos in, and that's where I buy stuff from, like paint. They have everything. They even have AK stuff, which is all I use now is AK paint. I mean, I got some Vallejo left over, but
Screw Vallejo.
right.
Screw Vallejo.
I mean, yeah. AK inks, AK brush cleaner.
Where are you out of, Matt? Where are you at? Where are you living at?
St. Louis, Missouri.
St. Louis, Missouri. Okay. Just curious. I didn't know.
I'm about 30 minutes west of downtown. So
Okay.
and there's a Miniature Market like 10 minutes away from me. So makes sense that if I need something, I can just go 10 minutes. I don't have to wait for eBay to ship it, or and if I can't get it there, they can order it. So
Absolutely. Shop local first.
and they've got points that you can earn, and it's one for every dollar you spend, it's one, or it's dollar for dollar almost. It's like 11 points, $11. Yeah, something like that. You learn a half point per every dollar you spend. So it's like 50 cents. That's what it was.
Okay. It's similar to, well, I know Columbia Games, if you get stuff online from them, I think it's every $10 you get a game dollar, which, you can spend on their online shop.
Well, they give you double points if you buy pre-order stuff. So all those board games I pre-ordered, Curtis.
Yeah. Wow.
You're pointing it up.
Yeah.
1 for 1. That's nice, though. That's cool.
It added up.
Yeah, it did.
So I was able to get some gamer grass today, and I ended up getting the Halo Flashpoint terrain set.
Cool.
This right here.
Flashpoint. Let's see here. Let me zoom it up.
You can build all that. It's
Okay.
essentially dead zone terrain, but they give you this really cool case to carry it in, and
Yeah, a little extra fluff, per se.
And I like Halo Flashpoint, or my son likes Halo Flashpoint more than anything because it plays like a video game. It's dead zone, except you get to respawn. So you can throw your Spartans at each other and don't worry about it because, hey, you're going to respawn.
They'll pop back up after a couple rounds
Right.
or whatever turns. Yeah. No, that's pretty cool. That's neat.
Well, Squirrely, Curtis, I'm going to stop dominating the chat,
Oh, you aren't dominating nothing, brother.
which I try not to do.
No, talk, blab. By
I
all
like
means,
talking.
you're more than welcome. Talk away. Talk away. I'll have a question. I'll interject or whatever. I'm not, as you've seen, I ain't about getting no extra shekels or anything for this thing. It's just hanging out and blabbing. Anytime you got some time to kill and want to shoot the breeze.
I got this there too today.
What'd you get?
This is a neoprene mat right here.
Oh, okay.
It's for a card game that they don't make anymore. And I had this ugly multicolored, whatever cloth on top of here. I put this on top of it, and it's like a mouse pad, but it looks like a card table. So
Yeah, I see the pattern. Yeah, that is pretty slick.
and it's got like wood grain at the sides and everything.
Oh,
And
wow.
I don't know. It's big enough for my painting stuff.
Yeah.
And I think it looks a little bit better on camera than that bright whatever I had before. You can actually see stuff now. So,
Yeah, it's not overbearing.
but I got this for $4 because it was in their dents and dings section.
Okay. Why not?
right? I just
$4.
need something to catch the spillage.
Yeah. I had a catastrophe the other day, a while back.
Does your cat wreck your stuff too?
No, actually, I got done shaking up a speed paint, and I went to I unscrewed the cap. Well, you know how
Yeah.
they have the little caps you can take off that's part of the bottle, but not. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. I know that's exactly what happened right here.
It stuck to the actual cap,
Mm-hmm.
and I didn't even notice, and I went to put a little dab in my little palette like you got, and it went. I'm like, oh.
That's what happened here with the dipping ink. It was horrible. That piece, actually, I squeezed it and it popped off.
Yeah, now this one it stuck to the actual twist off part of the cap, and I'm like, ah.
Oh man.
Luckily though, I do have some glass, the little what are they called? Little eyedropper type things. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
So I sucked up most of it and put it back in the bottle, but there was
Well, there
still,
you
you know, some collateral damage per se. I was like, oh man. But yeah, no, you should try some of them actual speed paints, dude. They're fun. They're worth it. Well, see you bye. They're worth it.
He's gonna get. What's he doing?
I don't know. He's here again. I'm gonna get him back on.
The camera doesn't like me, or the
Peekaboo.
Restream doesn't like me.
One of the two. Peekaboo. But yeah, you should try them speed paints, like I was saying. They're worth it. Get a small set of them. They're neat. I use Army Painter, but I'm sure there's 10 other people that make them as well.
I do have some. I have well, these are speed paints for all intents purposes. They just call them dipping ink, but
Yeah.
I do have 4. I have the wood one. It's Army Painters. They got a wood grain or something like that.
Yep.
I got one of the blues. I didn't like it, so I put it off to the side.
Yeah.
Oh, this one here. I got an amber glow, and that's what it did to it.
Okay.
It made it look like rust. So I was like, oh, okay, I like that one. You know, so I got a few of them. I'm so set in my ways with this stuff that, like, that's like learning a whole different style, even though it seems like it takes about less time, but about the same for me, just because I'm so fast at doing it the way I've been doing it, you know?
Yeah.
But I can see its benefits, especially when you're painting large terrain or vehicles or stuff like that. Like I'm going to use that speed paints on the terrain that I have that I just showed you. It's great for terrain for sure. But I don't know why I'm so weird about it, but I just can't use it on my figures. I tried though.
You do you, brother. I no judgment here, my man. I'm just suggesting it if you haven't used them. They come out really well. The learning curve isn't much. I mean, you've been painting for some time, even though you had your unintentional break. You've been painting for some time. The learning curve is next to nothing.
Yeah, it's the dry brush and the white and stuff, and I seen that the Zenithal highlighting, as Curtis calls it, Zenithal. He says Zenithal.
Yeah.
And I have tried it. I just can't get away from what I'm doing. I don't know why.
Yeah,
I just don't like the way it looks sometimes. You know, I've seen it on some works and stuff. I'm not poo-pooing it. I think, you know, I'm just glad people are painting more now because of it.
Yes, that's true.
You know?
That is a silver lining.
The Rescue, these are speed paints. And then, you know, he just kind of slapped it on there, you know.
Yep.
So
no, those look nice.
Looks fine.
You got a message there, Squirrel. From the mage.
Oh wait, I didn't do the chat. Hold on.
Oh, mages.
Oh, hold on. Even when I do this stuff, I'm a bit of a Luddite. All right, time to make All right, you interested in another drinking quest with Ye Old Geek? Of course.
Yo,
Of course,
geek.
Magus.
Well, Squirrely, we'll see you. Curtis, we'll see you. I gotta go. I gotta run. I gotta take my son to baseball practice, our baseball game. So,
All right.
Okay, Matt.
Well, good with that. Be safe out there.
yep.
See you, Matt.
Sundays at 5, Squirrely, if you can make it.
All right. I got my pencil right here. I'll make a note of it. All right. Later, brother. Be safe out there.
Toodaloos.
Sunday.
Boy, he had a nasty injury. It's the first time I seen it. Cripes. He's lucky he didn't take his whole hand off.
Oh, he's lucky he didn't die.
Yep. Cripes. See a mage? The puppet master.
Yeah, no, he's lucky he didn't get kiboshed because of that. You know, that's no joke.
No.
I'm glad to see he's coming back around and
That's what took him out of the hobby.
yeah,
He was big into the miniatures before that, and then
I remember you commenting on that, saying that however many streams ago you were saying some such about it, and it's like I wasn't sure of the injury, but
wow.
it had to be debilitating enough to not paint.
Yeah.
I didn't know if it was a stroke or what, but still, oof. Good to have him back. Real good. Real good. So when's your next game?
Next weekend.
This coming?
Yeah, this coming weekend.
Yeah.
I'll play some. Well, I don't know. I'm working on Tales of the Valiant. We could sit and create characters and play that when I see Jake. But I've been playing 40K like a madman, so I'm having a blast with that.
That's what you've been saying.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with 10th edition, actually.
Oh, good.
So I'm having fun with that. Me and Jesse had some fun with it. Sunday? Was it Sunday? Yesterday? Yeah. We had some fun playing. And this is the game Jake's going to play. So, yeah, it's going to be easier for him to get into because it's, I don't know, 10th edition is a lot streamlined compared to 9th edition, which is a mess of rules bloat.
Yeah, that's what you were saying. They smoothed out the wrinkles.
Yeah. So, yeah, so I'm really happy with it. I'm going to play a lot more of that this week and the weekend. That's my next session. Haven't done much role playing in a while. The last game I played was about a month ago with Rachel. She GMs Pathfinder 2nd edition every other Wednesday.
Okay.
One shots that usually take 2 or 3 sessions to play. And she does a really good job. She's really fun. But that her game that she runs, she is an example of how Pathfinder can be fun if you're into that style of play with the numbers and taking your time and really getting tactical. It's fun. I have a good time playing it with her.
Good.
But I won't run it again.
Nah.
I just, it's not my style.
Not anymore.
No.
I hear you. Yeah, the only time I would ever do a if I were to do the Hackmaster again, 100%, it's got to be in person.
Yeah.
That game, I've watched a lot of different online plays of it and whatnot that were, like with the Foundry and whatever. It works, but it's still not It's not there. It's not. It's a definite. The rule system there. It's an in-person at the table game because of the rules and the mechanics and how things work with the count up, the movement, and the different things when combat happens. Outside of that, yeah, online you do all kinds of skill stuff and role playing, but combat, everyone's got to be at the table. Everyone's got to be at the table because that's just that combat's it's really.
You got to be paying attention. You got to be into the game and
Yes.
watching the countdown and being ready.
Intricate, kind of, yeah, intense, kind of. You've got to be there at the moment, in the moment. Well, I was bummed this year we didn't get a chance to get in Aces and Eights game. He didn't. The guy that usually runs them at Gary Con, he didn't run this year. I saw him. We caught up. We blabbed, but that's another game that's you got to be at the table.
Is that pretty much the same mechanics? Like the initiative count, is that in there?
Yeah, it's there, but it's even more intense. The last game that we played at Gary Con, it was there are 4-hour slots each game usually. In that 4 hours amount of time at the table during this shootout, Legion, what's up, buddy?
I'm
the amount of time that actually passed in game was only like 178 seconds or something. But it was just the shootout, the movement, it's wow. And the shot clock is really neat how that works with the silhouettes. They have a silhouette, different silhouettes. They're like transparencies. And you depending on how your aim and the silhouette of your target's position is, if they're standing upright or if they're crouching or hidden, there's different silhouettes for that. And then they call it the shot clock because there's it like a target, it kind of zooms in, and depending on your roll, it depends on where it lands on the shot clock, and it tells you where if you would actually hit or where you hit your target.
Yeah,
that's a rough explanation, but it's neat.
Huh.
I'm trying to unstick a bathtub drain. About to take a maul to the whole tub. No, whoa. I feel your pain, but whoa. Easy, buddy. It'll happen. Yeah, it's really, but the count, it's very similar. And the brawling, if you get in like a fist fight, it's got a neat mechanic, mini game, whatever. It's kind of like you're playing poker almost.
Mm-hmm.
And they use poker chips, and you're kind of bluffing each other until someone lands a blow, and it's fun. It's fun.
That's a role playing game. It's not a miniatures game, but you use miniatures and
yes,
it's a role playing game though, right?
Yep.
That's what I thought.
Yep. It's neat. It's neat. So, well, I'm going to get off here. I'm going to call it. Even though my PC's plugged in, it says the battery's running low, so I don't want to disappear. So, you have a good one. And
all right,
everyone,
squirrel.
thanks for joining in. And I'll do another rando probably this week unless I get called to work, which, whatever, it is what it is. Nothing's really on the plate, as far as I know, until maybe about the 9th. So, I don't know. We'll keep in touch.
You will.
All
So
right,
you don't
later,
you don't go back to work?
Not till maybe the 9th, unless they call. Unless something else comes up with a different company or something.
All right,
So I'm
good.
just kind of taking it easy, enjoying the weather.
Good. Take advantage. Good weather
Yeah.
coming up the next few days.
Yep.
All right,
So-
Squirrel. Thanks for the chat. I'll talk
Right.
to you again, my friend.
Yep. Thanks for joining me, everybody. Later.